we get ready for this big showdown tonight between a sitting president and a former president, we know that the stakes are, of course, very high. A lot of people, of course, know their records. Both of them have held office here. Still, Americans are going to be judging this performance this evening. Now, some have even said that this could be the most important debate of our lifetime. Don't know if it's really going to live up to all of that, but even if it just had regular importance, let's say, these face-offs can be really significant. Let's take a look. All right, as millions of Americans sit back and watch this debate unfold tonight, we know that a lot of them have already made up their minds about who they're supporting. They just want to kind of see how they do tonight. Some people might still be undecided and might be deciding who they want as they watch these two men face off this evening. But we know that there's this substantial chunk of the pie that doesn't really like either one of these candidates very much. We talked not long ago with one such person who has been involved in politics a lot over the years, has been engaged, but he says he is sitting out this election because he doesn't like either one of these candidates, and he knows a thing or two about presidents because he has gone back through all of the presidents we've had over the years, and he's picked out what he thinks are the 8 best ones. He wrote a book about it. It's called How the Best Did It. For each one of those 8, he chooses 3 traits that they had that made them one of the best. And so we've got 24 traits in this book, and he says this can help other people become better leaders as well. We spoke with Talmadge Boston several weeks ago on an episode of Y'all-itics. Here it is.
Hey guys, welcome back to Y'all-itics. We are at a new place today. We haven't been here before. This is Oak Highlands Brewery. This is northeast Dallas. Kind of on the southern edge of Garland. We were trying to figure out if it's Dallas or Garland, but I think we're still technically in the People's Republic of Dallas as far as the post office is concerned here.
Yeah.
You're already drinking. It's about 8:15 in the morning. Wheeler, what are you having, man?
Just for the record, so are you already. I'm having the Fest beer, which they've got that sitting next to the Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
But they told me that Fest beer is actually the one that is served at Oktoberfest in Germany.
Interesting, because
It's
they
not
have an Oktoberfest.
the Oktoberfest beer.
So it's not a
Fest beer.
Marzen. It's a lighter beer than that.
Sure.
You know what's interesting about that is
I think what you said's right.
well, Wheeler passed up several fruity beers they have on the menu too. There's a strawberry beer and a jalapeno beer. So this is going to be a really interesting podcast.
Yeah, I don't know that jalapeno beer counts as a fruity beer.
I'm having a
Just for the record.
True. I'm having Tejano Pecano. It's a native Texas pecan.
That sounds sweet.
Beer. It's not sweet at all.
Oh,
It's kind of like the what's that British beer? The pecan beer.
I don't know.
Or nut beer. I don't know.
You got me on that one. You got me on British pecan beer trivia this morning.
Listen, we don't do a lot of book reviews on our podcast here. If you listen, you know that. But this is a presidential election year, and there aren't a lot of folks who seem to be that excited about this rematch. Now, people on both sides of the camps are really excited about their candidate, but I think the 30% in the middle may not be terribly excited about this.
I think even some people on both sides in their camps are not excited about this one. Too.
I think that's fair too. But today, let's go ahead and welcome in our guest. It's Talmadge Boston. He is a historian, an author, and an attorney.
Yeah.
So Wheeler thinks he has the busiest job around, but
I do.
I think Talmadge is busier than that because this morning at 4:45, I got an email from you. And I felt like I was really delayed responding to it at 6:04 in the morning. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Well, before I judge who's busier here, were you going to bed at 4:45 or getting up?
I was up.
Oh, okay, then you're busier than I am. I'm likely to send an email at that time because I'm going to bed at that time. But anybody who's getting up and starting work at that hour, okay, hats off to you.
Here's the book. It's How the Best Did It. It's leadership lessons from our top presidents.
Yeah.
And before we get too deep into it, let's give some background on Talmadge here. You've been practicing law since 1978, I read.
Coming up on 46 years, all in Dallas, Texas.
Wow.
Man, congratulations on that. You're currently a partner at Shackelford, Bowen, McKinley, and Norton LLP. You've written 5 books. And this one is your most recent one.
And you're in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, or Baseball Hall of Fame, which I find fascinating because you are a sports writer as well. You get into all kinds of history.
Well, my first 2 books were baseball history books, and that's where my true love started as far as writing for publication. But after I finished the second, I realized I'd written about everything in baseball that I really cared about, and so I was ready to move on. So my third book was on legal history, and my last 2 books have been on presidential history, and that's really where my passion lies these days, and I suspect it's where it's going to stay.
Yeah, and there's so much to say in this realm, and I really like what you've done with this too, because this is not just a history book. Let's look back and talk about some people who have served in this highest office. This is sort of a how-to book for becoming a better leader. It talks about the different qualities for each one of 8 former presidents, and what it was that set them apart, that made them great. And it's stuff that the rest of us could incorporate in our own lives, and God knows some of us need to, Whiteley, to become better leaders too. And you go through Washington, Lincoln, Jefferson, both Roosevelts, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Reagan in this. And it's fascinating when you can break out each one of them and take a look at each one of those individual presidents. And we talked about this. A lot of people have their own thoughts about some of these former presidents. And they'll think, well, I might disagree with you, what you wrote on that. Why are you the expert? Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I chose these 8 presidents, who I call our 8 greatest presidents, largely on the basis of the C-SPAN presidential ranking poll. Every time one president leaves the White House and a new one comes in, C-SPAN does a presidential ranking poll, and the people who get to vote in the poll are our 150 leading historians. And they vote on the presidents from best to worst based on 10 presidential leadership categories. The last 2 times they've done the poll, 2017 when Obama left and Trump came in, 2021 when Trump left and Biden came in, the results of the C-SPAN poll were identical for the top 9. Number 1 Lincoln, number 2 Washington, 3 FDR, 4 Theodore Roosevelt, 5 Eisenhower, 6 Truman, 7 Jefferson, 8 Kennedy, 9 Reagan. The only tweak that I made on the C-SPAN poll, I think Truman is overrated. I think Reagan is underrated. Truman got us into Korea and didn't know how to get us out. Truman did not deal effectively with McCarthyism and the Red Scare. Eisenhower solved both of those problems. Truman gets some credit for dropping the A-bombs and bringing a quick end to World War II. I think that was a no-brainer. There's no way he wasn't going to drop the bombs. Otherwise, we're going to have to invade Japan and lose hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives. That wasn't going to happen. The best thing that ever happened to Harry Truman was David McCullough wrote a biography of him. He won the Pulitzer. And that's a big part of why he's ranked so highly. So anyway, but the other reason is that in this presidential election year, I want my book to be appealing to both Democrats and Republicans. So I have a good balance in the modern era, 2 great Democratic presidents, FDR and JFK, 2 great Republican presidents, Eisenhower and Reagan. And it's also a statement toward our polarization today, and that is, I want Democrats to recognize we've had some great Republican presidents, and I want Republicans to recognize we've had some great Democratic presidents. And so anyway, that's how I picked my 8. Some people may wonder, well, why should I believe a Dallas lawyer's conclusions about presidential leadership? And the short answer is, when I finished with each of my 8 chapters on the 8 presidents, I sent them to at least 2 major biographers of that president, who I've done many programs with, interviewed on their past books. They know me well, I know them. And I said, did I miss something? Did I misstate something? Can you give me your tweaks? Do you disagree with anything I've said? And I got their tweaks, and I inputted them into the final version that went to the publisher. So the conclusions in this book have been thoroughly vetted by the country's leading presidential historians, including 3 Pulitzer Prize winners, John Meacham, Doris Kearns Goodwin, Annette Gordon Reed, as well as Doug Brinkley, Mark Updegrove, Ronald White, Will M. Bowden, and David Stewart.
Did any disagree at all?
None of them disagreed. None of them said you missed something.
Yeah.
Or you missed some of them had some fine-tuning points that I incorporated, but nothing major and no errors found. And my process was, since I'm still a full-time lawyer, I don't have time to go to these presidential libraries and dig through these original letters in illegible cursive handwriting.
Sure.
The good news is I don't have to do that because that's been done by these other biographers who are essentially full-time biographers. So my process was, for each of these presidents, I took the leading 6 to 8 biographies of those presidents, and I read them thoroughly, and I compared notes, and there really wasn't much conflict in terms of what were these presidents' most important leadership traits that caused them to be successful. And that's what's in each of my chapters, typically an average of 3 traits per president for a total of 24 traits over the 8 presidents, no duplication. And so knowing that I was relying on our most esteemed biographers of these presidents,
You felt confident?
I felt very confident.
Yeah. Well, let me ask about one review on there. It's a fellow author, George Washington biographer, David O. Stewart, and he said something interesting that really resonated with me, because people know these presidents. People have studied these presidents. They know their exploits. They know what they've done well, etc. But David points out about your book. He says Talmadge Boston demonstrates rare gifts in sifting gold nuggets from the endless gravel beds of known facts about 8 leading presidents, then delivering them concisely and persuasively. Jason laid out the presidents: FDR, Eisenhower, JFK, Ronald Reagan, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Teddy Roosevelt as well. You said 3 traits per president. Let's go through the list here. Give me one or so off the top. Let's start with, we'll start at the top. George Washington. What did he do that really you highlighted here?
Well, since I wrote the Washington chapter first, there's actually more of his traits than there are toward the back of the book, again, to avoid repetition. But the first trait I identify was he learned from his mistakes. George Washington didn't start out that great in the French and Indian War when he was serving in the British Army trying to defeat the French. He was guilty of over-promoting himself or trying to over-promote himself, and he was rejected time and again. He learned his lesson. For the rest of his life, he was never a self-promoter, which was an essential trait that allowed him to be chosen unanimously to lead our army in the Revolutionary War, unanimously to be the chairman over the Constitutional Convention, and unanimously for both his first and his second term. So learning from his mistakes. Obviously, we think of George Washington, we think of the cherry tree fable.
Sure.
Dad chopped down the cherry tree. I cannot tell a lie. It was a fable, but it was absolutely true. He was a man of the highest integrity, total credibility, and so whatever he said, you could take his words to the bank.
How about Jefferson?
Jefferson was not a great public speaker. One of the interesting jewels in my research was that during his 8 years as president, he gave a grand total of 2 speeches. Wow. His 2 inaugural addresses were the only speeches he gave.
In 8 years?
In 8 years.
Whoa.
But Jefferson came to the presidency right after John Adams' presidency, where the country was getting dangerously divided, such that Adams, a Federalist, and the Congress was controlled by the Federalists. During that presidency, they passed the Sedition Act, which made it a crime punishable by incarceration for anybody to criticize President Adams or any Federalist policy. Fortunately, that statute terminated at the end of Adams' presidency, but that was the nation that Jefferson was coming into, incredibly divided, such that in his first inaugural address at the very beginning, he said, look, folks, we are all Federalists, we are all Republicans, we are all Americans, and we better start thinking that way or this country isn't going to last. And so he then proceeded over the next 8 years, because he wasn't a great public speaker, but he was a great interpersonal persuader. By the time he was president, he was already a widower. And so 2 to 3 times every week for 8 years, he would get together dinners of between 10 and 20 people, Republicans, Federalists, people who didn't like each other. He had a ground rule. We are not going to talk about the hot button political issues. We're going to talk about what we do for a living, what our families are like, history, literature, music, and over time, you don't get that on the first dinner, or the third dinner, or the sixth dinner, but over time the walls started coming down, and rapport was developed. And there's 2 important political adages that still apply today. One, politics is all about relationships. If you have great interpersonal relationships, you're going to be likely to be more successful in politics. And the second is, if somebody likes you, they're more inclined to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I like that Jefferson policy. We've been trying to do that with Thanksgiving and Christmas, just with the family. Like, come to this dinner
at your
and
house?
No one talk about politics. Yeah, but it hasn't worked yet.
I'd like to be invited to that one.
There.
I think I know Lincoln's, but tell us what you found, because these gold nuggets are fascinating about Jefferson.
Well, when I got to Lincoln, since he was so virtuous and is recognized as our greatest president, an argument could be made that Lincoln had all 24 of the traits covered in this book, and no other president comes close to that. But the traits that I identified that I thought had not been fully appreciated before, one was his magnanimity, which means he was forgiving. He didn't take the bait. He stayed above the fray. And that was important, obviously, during the Civil War. But
and
he
after,
right. Well, of course, there wasn't but a month between the end of the Civil War and when he got assassinated. But he had his famous team of rivals cabinet, who there was always some tension there, and he made sure he kept his eye on the ball. We got to reunite the country. We got to abolish slavery. We got to win the Civil War. So he didn't get bogged down in interpersonal strife with his cabinet. He had some smart aleck Union generals who were insulting to him, most notably George McClellan. He wouldn't take the bait with him. His wife was a very difficult person. She woke up every day thinking of ways to make new enemies and to undermine him. And yet again, he didn't get bogged down with marital strife issues. So he stayed above the fray. And then secondly, equanimity, calm. Can you imagine being president of the United States when 750,000 people are killed and millions are injured, many suffer amputations, just dealing with the stress that this is all happening on my watch? And yet he never panicked, never got visibly angry to any group, and kept his head on achieving the goals and showing us how to lead from an emotional intelligence standpoint among everybody who he was interacting with, but also from an eloquent standpoint. His famous speeches, Gettysburg Address, second inaugural address, the most eloquent president we've ever had.
And the weight that was on his shoulders was just extraordinary.
Let's skip ahead to the 2 partisans that people would probably know a lot more about. John F. Kennedy, Ronald Reagan. Because they're both revered in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. What are the leadership traits that you pulled out of there that can be applied to anyone reading the book?
Well, Kennedy was president for less than 3 years before he was killed, 1,000 days. And so you think, well, how could somebody be rated so high who was president for such a short period of time? Well, the answer is, during his 1,000 days, he did many great things. So much of what we've read in recent years is about the dark side, the serial philanderer, taking the drugs from Dr. Feelgood, things like that. But the truth of the matter is, in terms of what he did as president, for the most part, he was a great president. You say, okay, so what did he do? One, he was our youngest elected president. He was 43 years old. And anybody who's ever studied what he did in Congress before he became president realized he was a playboy. He didn't know anything. He didn't sponsor any major bills. He wasn't involved in any foreign policy. He wasn't anything. And so all of a sudden, he's young, he's charismatic, he knows how to project on television better than anybody before and arguably since. And so he wins. And then all of a sudden he wakes up the next day and says, oh, now what do I do? I've got to come up with an economic policy and a fiscal policy, which he knows nothing about. So he immediately surrounds himself with the country's leading economic thinkers, Walter Heller and James Tobin, and they become his council of economic advisors. And he studies economics and fiscal policy nonstop, and in less than a year decides what the country must do, because it was in an economic plateau during the last 2 years of Eisenhower's presidency. Somebody needed to revive the economy, and Kennedy decided he'd go with the Keynesians, and it worked, and the economy took off. So incredible growth in a short period of time in grasping what became and implementing a very sound economic policy. Second, foreign policy. He'd been president a grand total of 3 months when we had the disastrous Bay of Pigs fiasco, an international humiliation where the CIA-trained insurgents went to the Bay of Pigs and were immediately seized by Castro's army, and it was just humiliating that we would be a part of such a ridiculous strategy. But he learned his lesson. He learned, hey, I did this because I relied on the so-called military experts. They thought this was going to work. I learned I shouldn't rely on them as a knee-jerk proposition. So 18 months later, when we have the Cuban Missile Crisis, he's learned his lesson, and he's not listening with a knee-jerk response during the Cuban Missile Crisis. He comes up with his own strategy. The experts were saying, you got to invade Cuba, you got to bomb Cuba. He's saying, no. We end up implementing a blockade which stops Soviet ships from sending any more missiles into Cuba. And then he begins intensive negotiations with Khrushchev, which leads to a trade. We took our missiles out of Turkey, they took their missiles out of Cuba. No lives were lost, and thereby World War III and nuclear holocaust was prevented. And then third, in the area of personal growth, civil rights. The first 2 years of his presidency, he did basically nothing, because he's already thinking about, well, I want to get reelected in 1964, and to do that, I've got to carry the South, and the Southern Democrats are bigots, so that's why he froze for 2 years. But then, as he sees the Birmingham riots, where Sheriff Bull Connor is pouring the fire hoses on the black children and releasing the vicious attack dogs on the black adults, and it's all on national TV, and Kennedy recognizes, I can no longer do nothing. I've got to step up, and he persuaded America that this was not a political issue anymore, it was a moral issue. And so he submitted to Congress for the first time a strong civil rights bill, which he was killed before it went through. Fortunately, his successor, Lyndon Johnson, pushed it through and succeeded, and it became the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So incredible personal growth that all resulted in great results as far as the economy went, foreign policy went, and civil rights went. Second major trait, calm in a crisis, which is thoroughly discussed in the context of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And then third, his words inspired deeds. It's one thing for a president to be eloquent. It's something else when his eloquence actually causes good things to happen. Kennedy, in his first inaugural, asked not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. A couple of weeks later, he implements the Peace Corps. Tens of thousands of young America go abroad, enhance our public relations around the world. A year later, the space program, the moonshot, the speech at Rice Stadium. We choose to go to the moon in this decade, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. It's going to show how strong and smart we are, and we're going to do it. And we did. And then, of course, his speech on civil rights right after Birmingham, where he's saying, this is a moral issue. We've all got to get involved. We can't delay anymore. So those were Kennedy's traits. As far as Reagan goes, what I didn't fully appreciate until doing the research was what an unbelievable optimist he was. And it's one thing to be an optimist, it's something else to inspire optimism in your organization. And that's what he did. He grew up poor. His father was a hopeless alcoholic. His mother was a saint, thank goodness, and inspired him to do good things. But there was nothing about his growing up years that would cause anybody to be an optimist. But coming in the aftermath of the disastrous Jimmy Carter presidency, where we'd had double-digit inflation, high unemployment, low economic growth, long gas lines, and hostages that we couldn't get out of Iran, America was in a state of malaise, and up steps Reagan. We're going to be a shining city on the hill. We can do it. He gets elected, and lo and behold, he turns the economy around. He wins the Cold War. He revives the nation's self-confidence. So he had this optimism, can do, but he also had the long-term vision, which he stuck with and ultimately implemented, that produced those great results.
Let's close out the other three, and we'll start with FDR, who, interestingly, we were talking about this beforehand, Reagan was a huge fan of FDR as he was growing up.
Well, FDR was truly a great communicator, and Reagan's nickname, of course, was the Great Communicator. But FDR was great talking to the masses. He was also great on the radio with his calm conversational style. Eloquence to inspire people to be more hopeful about their conditions during the Great Depression, to be more hopeful about the prospects for us winning World War II. This was the time we needed that kind of voice to lead America. But FDR's other great gifts were what he did to know the public sentiment. And I don't just mean parts of the American people, I mean all parts. He was constantly having live press conferences open to any and all questions. Don't we wish we had that today? He wasn't afraid of any questions. He wanted to know what was on their minds. Both he and his wife Eleanor were always, or Eleanor in particular, traveling around the country. What did people in Arizona think? What did people in Michigan think? What did people in Rhode Island think? He wanted to know that.
She was sort of the voter whisperer, wasn't she?
That's right.
I mean,
well said.
Yeah.
Well said. That's exactly what she was. And he was very strong about wanting to hear what the leaders of both political parties had to say. And public opinion polls were a newly emerging factor in politics, and he paid close attention to them. So any and all information that could help him understand the public sentiment was essential. And you have to know what the sentiment is before you can think about, well, how am I going to move it? And in particular, during the late 30s and early 40s, when Hitler's reign of terror was going on, most Americans were stuck in isolationism. They didn't want to go to war halfway around the world. They'd done that 20 years before. They didn't want to do it again. And so, but Roosevelt said, no, this Hitler guy's for real.
Yeah.
And if we don't get involved, Churchill and Britain aren't going to be able to beat him. And he's going to take over Europe, Asia, Africa, the high seas. He's going to be coming to the United States. We can't wait that long. So in his fireside chats, one at a time, incrementally, he got the needle moved on public opinion, such that by the time 1941 and Pearl Harbor rolled around, America was ready to go to war. We knew we had to do this to save ourselves as well as save the world.
You said that I word there, incrementally, and I've thought that with several of these men that you discuss in the book is, we think of them as coming in with these huge ideas and these ambitions and this agenda, and they push it forward over and over again. Though you see in history, even, with the likes of Lincoln, there are critics now who say, well, he should have done more. He should have come out, against slavery from the very beginning. A lot of these men did things incrementally because they read the room and said, I want to do this, or I think this is the right thing, but the country's not going to go for that. They had to do it piecemeal.
I mean, when you think about it, it's basic human psychology. If the head of your television station said, this is what we're going to do, without giving you any background, without giving you time to process it and reflect it and understand what this ultimate strategy is all about, he's just imposing a directive. Well, you go, that's unpleasant. But if somebody will say, okay, folks, I know where you are, I know what you're thinking, but I want you to be thinking about something else. For example, in the fireside chat, instead of saying, I'm coming to talk to you tonight about the need for us to get involved in a war, he knew they didn't want to hear that. But he said, I'm coming to talk to you tonight about the issue of national security. That's a softer word, and obviously everybody wants national security. And then subsequently, he, on a later fireside chat, he says, look, pull out your atlas. You see where Hitler is? I'm assuming you have some grasp of the power of weapons these days. He's on the verge of gaining a foothold in the Western Hemisphere. And so if we just stay behind, he's going to get that foothold and he'll be ready to attack us. I don't think anybody wants that. So again, as you say, Jason, it's about incremental as a way of getting people to buy in toward your ultimate conclusion.
It's a long game, definitely. And then finally, the other Roosevelt, too, Teddy Roosevelt, who famously recruited the Rough Riders from the hotel bar in San Antonio.
We think of Theodore Roosevelt, when we think of those Rough Riders, when we think about the Spanish-American War and battlefield glory, because he talked about that a lot. He wanted everybody to think of him in those terms. And yet, as I cover in the Theodore Roosevelt chapter, he was incredible. He was an incredibly great diplomat, peacemaker. He started out year one of his presidency, the Great Coal Strike, 1902. Coal miners are on strike. Months go by, no progress in working out a deal with the owners. No American president had ever been involved in a labor dispute before. Theodore Roosevelt says, if I don't get involved, the winter's coming. We're going to have half the country freezing to death because there's no coal. So he gets in, he brings the sides together, he leans on both sides, he brainstorms possible ways of finding common ground. They come up with something in terms of them agreeing to binding arbitration, problem solved, nobody freezes to death.
It really was an expansion of the presidency, wasn't it?
Big time.
And he was known for that.
Well, and that was one of the first things he did to expand the presidency. But because of the success with the cold strike, next thing you know, Japan and Russia are at war. They can't bring an end to it. They say, hey, President Roosevelt, could you come see if maybe you can get peace with us the way you did with the cold strike workers? And he does. And for it, he wins the Nobel Peace Prize. So an incredibly gifted peacemaker mediator. But as you say also, he did expand the presidency, not just in terms of labor disputes, but obviously our national parks and national wildlife refuges and busting trusts and getting the Panama Canal. So he was expanding it in ways that were good for the country, that made us better both at home and abroad.
An incredibly smart president, too. We left out one, by the way, who tends to get left out a lot, I think, and that's Eisenhower.
Oh.
Yeah. Eisenhower, he's rated number 5, and that's...
You just don't hear a lot of people say much about Eisenhower.
Well, Harry Truman once said it takes 50 years for the dust to settle to figure out what the ultimate legacy was, and it took a while to kick in on Eisenhower's greatness. But when you realize that for his 8 years, the first thing he did was he brought an end to the Korean War, which Truman couldn't do. He then dealt with McCarthyism and came up with a strategy that gave McCarthy enough rope to hang himself, which he did in the Army McCarthy hearings. And from that point on, it's peace and prosperity. People in the media and other politicians thought, oh, this is this old guy, he plays too much golf. Other people are running the government. He's kind of a background figure. When his papers were finally released to scholars a few years after his presidency, they realized, no, he was in the big middle of everything. He was the decision maker. He was the smartest guy in the room. He is responsible for all these years of peace and prosperity. And so that's why it took time, but over time, for the last 2 C-SPAN polls, he's been ranked number 5.
Let me ask you about another president that I've always thought of as having some leadership qualities. LBJ, another Texan. Civil Rights Act, you mentioned how, obviously it was started with President Kennedy, but he to get that passed, he gave up Southern Democrats to the Republican Party, and they're still in the Republican Party today. And then he goes on to say, I shall not accept, and I will not seek, I shall not accept another term for president. He gave up the most powerful job in the world. What do you think about him?
Well, you would say he gave it up. In fact, he was pushed out. His life had become unbearable because of the Vietnam War. So in the 2017 C-SPAN poll, Reagan was ranked 9th, LBJ 10th. In the 2021 poll, believe it or not, Reagan 9th, Obama 10th, LBJ 11th. I think Obama's ranking is going to come down. Per Truman, it takes a while for the dust to settle.
Do you think he'll rank higher over time, or?
No, lower.
Lower, okay.
I mean, there's nothing good about his foreign policy. There wasn't much good about his domestic policy. He was eloquent, although unlike Kennedy and the others, his words didn't really inspire the country to do great things. There was no scandal. He always handled himself very professionally. But back to LBJ, the scar of Vietnam is a scar that will not go away, that will never elevate. As great as the civil rights and other programs, some of which were great, some of which didn't work at all and were disastrous. But Vietnam, I truly believe, and I think anybody who studied it, was a question that had no answers, what to do about it. There was no obvious, clear policy to be followed that would have resulted in a great result. So the fact that he couldn't figure it out, he made the decision to escalate, it was a disaster, but so many people, I think, would have done the same thing. There's an open question as to whether Kennedy would have done the same thing had he not been assassinated. But where it really comes down on LBJ is throughout the Vietnam War, he is repeatedly lying to the American people. And for that, that's a hard one to forgive, and to think somebody should be elevated who's been in the business of consistently lying to the American people about the war that we're involved in.
When you go through this stuff as deeply as you did, do you get the sense, because on the surface it looks like in some of these cases, that these men were almost chosen for their time, that they had the perfect fit, the perfect characteristics for what was required of them?
And that's when there's magic, when you have the right person at the right time. Unfortunately, for the most part, they're not consecutive. In fact, none of them were consecutive. And so we sit here today in 2024 and we think about today's candidates. And in fact, the great American middle right now is not 30%, it's 70% who don't want either of these two candidates. One of these two guys is going to win. We just hope the country survives these 4 years, and then hopefully we'll have a new batch of younger leaders who will have these, at least some of these 24 leadership traits.
Is that hyperbole, though, hoping the country will survive?
No, that's my personal thought, because as I've said in my Dallas Morning News editorials, I regard both of them with each passing day. One of them becomes more cognitively dysfunctional, the other becomes more psychologically unhinged. I think they are equally dangerous, and the prospect of either of them having a second term is not something that I look to favorably. And in my conversations with other leading journalists and historians, I don't think anybody is looking to the next 4 years with a sense of optimism with either of these two most recent presidents at the helm.
Talmadge, we've been hearing that democracy is on the line with this vote. We heard that the last time around as well. Knowing what you know after all of the research that you've done on these 8 greats, as you say, how much does the characteristics of one man threaten a whole idea of democracy? Is it possible for one man with the wrong characteristics to take down democracy?
I think it is possible. I mean, Huey Long came close, and of course, not in the United States, but Hitler and now Putin. I mean, demagogues have very influential power on those who are susceptible to that type of approach. So every 4 years, everybody says, "Oh, this is the most important election in history." That goes without saying. That's what people always see. But between this choice of these two, with Biden, who'd be 82 on Inauguration Day, and his Vice President Kamala Harris, who has demonstrated she doesn't have a clue about what it would take if she had to step into Biden's shoes, which is certainly a possibility at his age. And then, of course, Trump, election denial, January 6th, indictments all over the place. Again, to repeat myself, this is a very dangerous time, and whoever people decide to vote for, we got to go into it with our eyes open, recognizing real danger here. And so hopefully our Supreme Court will continue to enforce the laws. Hopefully we'll have a strong Congress who can provide this balance of power to make sure that the executive branch does not take control.
But you see them as equally dangerous. Would you
Yes.
even cast a vote?
At this point, I tell people, if I vote for somebody for president and that president wins, then I necessarily must take responsibility for that person's presidency. And I am unwilling to take responsibility for either of these two. I'm going to let other people do that and vote and accept the choice you make. And if that person wins, you're responsible. And maybe that president in his second term is going to pleasantly surprise all of us, and nobody be happier about that than I would be.
But I think about how divided we are in this country right now, and I wondered as I was, preparing and thinking about your book here, and I thought, is there the possibility of another great president again? Are we too divided? Will we ever be able to, a lot of us agree that this is a great president who's in there now. But then I thought about it, and a lot of these men served at times that were horribly divided as well, and they probably thought the same thing then. Like, oh, we're too divided to agree on this.
But they emerged, and so to your point, I mean, I was hoping No Labels was going to produce a candidate who would be a unity candidate, and I wrote Dallas Morning News editorials saying that. I thought Nikki Haley is potentially a great president, and I was sorry that she didn't win in the Republican primaries. I thought Ben Sasse, the former senator from Nebraska, had everything it took to become a great president. But he quit the Senate, and he's now the head of the University of Florida. So there are great younger leaders on the American scene, but unfortunately, the Democrats, for whatever reason, won't put anybody else up, despite all the flaws in both Biden and Harris. And obviously, Trump has control of the Republican Party in 2024. It doesn't matter how eloquent and what a great debater Nikki Haley was. It didn't matter. Trump has the Republican Party in his total control, and there was nothing, obviously, that she could do to change that.
Is this country, though, capable, do you think, of ever producing that again and having that, camaraderie across party lines to have broad agreement that, someone is great?
Well, my friend Ken Burns likes to quote Mark Twain, who said, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes." And so I like to think that just as throughout our history, from time to time, we have had great presidents who arose in moments of crisis, who took us out of the woods and the wilderness and took us to a higher place. I'm an optimistic person. I'm hopeful that that will happen in our future. It's certainly not going to happen in the next 4 years, but I have confidence in the future after the next 4 years when both of these current presumptive nominees will be gone from the American political scene.
Talmadge, last question for you. If we consider what was said about Dwight Eisenhower and how it takes history 50 years to recognize greatness.
Truman said that.
Truman said that. Do you think history might look back more favorably on George W. Bush, on Barack Obama, on Joe Biden, Donald Trump?
I can't imagine it looking more favorably on Trump or Biden. And based on what I know about Obama and what he did, I don't have expectations that he's going to rise above his current 10th place. And as I said, I think he'll go down. George W. Bush, I think his stocks will rise. I don't think he's ever going to be a top 8 president. But what I don't think he gets enough credit for is after 9/11, he vowed this is not going to happen again, and it didn't. And so to protect the country from another terrorist attack was no small achievement. He gets a lot of flack for the Iraq War when all he did was rely on the very best intelligence that was available, which the Democrats believed, which the other Republicans believed. He believed it. It turned out to be wrong, and everybody says, oh, he didn't know what he was doing. I don't agree with that. His PEPFAR program has saved tens of millions of lives in Africa, and even Nicholas Kristof of the New York Times has written a column that praises him. And obviously, George W. Bush has conducted himself in exemplary fashion in his post-presidency. This coming Sunday, I've got an op-ed piece in the Morning News that talks about what a fabulous place for history and public enjoyment and making memories the George W. Bush Presidential Center and Library is. So we here in Dallas are incredibly blessed to have that library, to have him in our presence, he and his wife, people of deep faith, high integrity, who I have the highest regard for, and I think in time he will be moving up in how his presidency is evaluated.
My last one for you is, the book obviously is, it's a retrospective, it's history, it's looking back at these different presidents and the qualities that they had. But as we said at the outset, this is for anyone to become a better leader and learn from some of these characteristics that these men possessed. And I'm curious, you tried not to repeat between each individual one, but was there a common thread that sort of knitted together all 8 of these men, and something that maybe even you as a researcher on this thought, I could get better at that too. That would be a good thing.
There are 3 common threads. Number 1, they were all self-aware. They all knew their strengths, they knew their weaknesses. For what they were particularly good at, they found ways to use them. For what they knew they weren't very good at, they brought in people who were strong in the areas where they were weak in order to solve that problem. That's true of all of them. Number 2, they were all great persuaders. Some of them were great persuaders as eloquent spokesmen, Lincoln, FDR, Kennedy, Reagan. But the other 4, Washington, Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, Dwight Eisenhower, not great public speakers, but great interpersonally one-on-one persuaders. And then third, and as important and tying into some of the things we've been talking about, all of them led the nation with their eyes on the great American middle. They were not thinking about, well, what do the extreme on the right think? What do the extreme on the left think? I want to conduct my policies in ways that'll please the extremes. No, it was the middle way. That's the way government is effective, when it's led by leaders who are focused on that, and that's a reason we find ourselves with both Trump and Biden, who have governed with their eyes on the extremes and not on the middle way, and that's why both of them have had, in my opinion, such unsuccessful presidencies.
You've had a lot of great press on this fantastic book. Have you had beer with the other interviewers before?
No.
Doris Kearns Goodwin didn't have a
didn't
beer
offer
with
you
you
a pint?
before
No.
she endorsed
I will put
that
in a
paragraph.
plug. Doris Kearns Goodwin's new book came out on June the 16th. She will be in Dallas, on April the 16th.
Yeah.
She'll be in Dallas on June the 14th.
Yeah.
And I'll be interviewing her during the noon hour at the 6th Floor Museum. And then that evening, she's doing a program at the Dallas Center for the Performing Arts, sponsored by the World Affairs Council of DFW. So her book is terrific.
And she endorsed a paragraph in
Yeah.
your book.
Well, she endorsed the chapter, the FDR.
FDR
I'm sorry, not a paragraph, a chapter.
No, the entire chapter
I've
on
never
FDR.
seen an endorsement of a chapter.
Well,
that's interesting.
I thought to give myself credibility that there aren't this kind of global BS blurbs that you see on so many books that don't really mean anything, that for each of these biographers of my 8 presidents to say, no, I've read this chapter and this chapter nails it. Hopefully that gives people confidence in the chapter and in me as a historian to know that the country's leading presidential historians have blessed my conclusions.
I think that does give credence. I think most people would think, well, I need to get them to endorse the whole book. No, get them to endorse the part that's their wheelhouse. That's their specialty.
That was the idea.
Very smart, very smart.
Our guest today, Talmadge Boston. He's an attorney. I don't know when you have time to practice. Author and historian. His book out, available right now on Amazon, wherever you can get your books, is called How the Best Did It. Leadership Lessons from the Top 8 Presidents. Fantastic insight on these presidents that I think a lot of people know a lot about, but might not know these nuggets, as David Stewart points out.
Yeah, thanks for sifting through the gravel pit for those. Really appreciate it.
It was my pleasure, and thanks for having me on your program.
So the big question tonight is not necessarily what's going to happen on the stage, what's going to happen in millions of living rooms and bedrooms across the United States. How many people are going to tune in for this? According to different polls and surveys that have been happening recently, a lot of Americans are planning on tuning in to watch this rematch between President Biden and former President Trump on the debate stage. This got us thinking back to, prior debates that got big viewership, and one of them had a lot of Texas ties. It was that 3-way race back in 1992 between Clinton, Bush, and Perot.
How are you? Good. How are you? Good to see you.
Good evening and welcome to the second of 3 presidential debates between the major candidates for President of the United States. The candidates are the Republican nominee, President George Bush, the independent, Ross Perot, and Governor Bill Clinton, the Democratic nominee. My name is Carol Simpson, and I will be the moderator for tonight's 90-minute debate, which is coming to you from the campus of the University of Richmond in Richmond, Virginia. Now, tonight's program is unlike any other presidential debate in history. We're making history now, and it's pretty exciting. An independent polling firm has selected an audience of 209 uncommitted voters from this area. The candidates will be asked questions by these voters on a topic of their choosing, anything they want to ask about. My job as moderator is to, take care of the questioning, ask questions myself if I think there needs to be continuity and balance, and sometimes I might ask the candidates to respond to what another candidate may have said. Now, the format has been agreed to by representatives of both the Republican and Democratic campaigns. And there is no subject matter that is restricted. Anything goes. We can ask anything. After the debate, the candidates will have an opportunity to make a closing statement. So, President Bush, I think you said it earlier, let's get it on.
Let's go.
And I think the first question is over here.
Yes, I'd like to direct my question to Mr. Perot. What will you do as president to open foreign markets to fair competition from American business and to stop unfair competition here at home from foreign countries so that we can bring jobs back to the United States?
That's right at the top of my agenda. We've shipped millions of jobs overseas, and we have a strange situation because we have a process in Washington where after you've served for a while, you cash in, become a foreign lobbyist, make $30,000 a month, then take a leave, work on presidential campaigns, make sure you got good contacts, and then go back out. Now, if you just want to get down to brass tacks, first thing you ought to do is get all these folks who've got these one-way trade agreements that we've negotiated over the years and say, fellas, we'll take the same deal we gave you. And they'll gridlock right at that point because, for example, we've got international competitors who simply could not unload their cars off the ships if they had to comply. You see, if it was a two-way street, just couldn't do it. We have got to stop sending jobs overseas. To those of you in the audience who are business people, pretty simple. If you're paying $12, $13, $14 an hour for factory workers, and you can move your factory south of the border, pay $1 an hour for labor, hire a young 25, that's assume you've been in business for a long time, you've got a mature workforce. Pay $1 an hour for your labor, have no health care, that's the most expensive single element in making a car, have no environmental controls, no pollution controls, and no retirement, and you don't care about anything but making money, there will be a giant sucking sound going south. So if the people send me to Washington, the first thing I'll do is study that 2,000-page agreement and make sure it's a two-way street. One last point here. I decided I was dumb and didn't understand it, so I called a who's who of the folks who've been around it. And I said, why won't everybody go south? They said, we'll be disruptive. I said, for how long? I finally got them up for 12 to 15 years. And I said, well, how does it stop being disruptive? And that is when their jobs come up from $1 an hour to $6 an hour and ours go down to $6 an hour, then it's leveled again. But in the meantime, you've wrecked the country with these kinds of deals. We've got to cut it out.
Thank you, Mr. Perot. I see that the president has stood up, so he must have something to say about this.
So, Carol, the thing that saved us in this global economic slowdown has been our exports. And what I'm trying to do is increase our exports. And if indeed all the jobs were going to move south because they're lower wages now, and they haven't done that. And so I have just negotiated with the President of Mexico the North American Free Trade Agreement and the Prime Minister of Canada, I might add. And I want to have more of these free trade agreements because export jobs are increasing far faster than any jobs that may have moved overseas. That's a scare tactic because it's not that many. But anyone that's here, we want to have more jobs here. And the way to do that is to increase our exports. Some believe in protection. I don't. I believe in free and fair trade, and that's the thing that saved us. And so I will keep on as president trying to get a successful conclusion to the GATT round, the big Uruguay round of trade, which will really open up markets for our agriculture particularly. I want to continue to work after we get this NAFTA agreement ratified this coming year. I want to get one with Eastern Europe. I want to get one with Chile. And free and fair trade is the answer, not protection. And as I say, we've had tough economic times, and it's exports that have saved us, exports that have built.
Governor Clinton.
I'd like to answer the question because I've actually been a governor for 12 years, so I've known a lot of people who've lost their jobs because of jobs moving overseas, and I know a lot of people whose plants have been strengthened by increasing exports. The trick is to expand our export base and to expand trade on terms that are fair to us. It is true that our exports to Mexico, for example, have gone up and our trade deficit's gone down. It's also true that just today a record high trade deficit was announced with Japan. So what is the answer? Let me just mention three things very quickly. Number one, make sure that other countries are as open to our markets as our markets are to them. And if they're not, have measures on the books that don't take forever and a day to implement. Number two, change the tax code. There are more deductions in the tax code for shutting plants down and moving them overseas than there are for modernizing plant and equipment here. Our competitors don't do that. Emphasize and subsidize modernizing plant and equipment here, not moving plants overseas. Number 3, stop the federal government's program that now gives low-interest loans and job training funds to companies that will actually shut down and move to other countries, but we won't do the same thing for plants that stay here. So more trade, but on fair terms, and favor investment in America.
Thank you. I think we have a question over here.
Yeah, this is for Governor Clinton. In the real world, that is outside of Washington, D.C., compensation and achievement are based on goals defined and achieved. The deficit is my question is about the deficit. Would you define in specific dollar goals how much you would reduce the deficit in each of the 4 years of a Clinton administration, and then enter into a legally binding contract with the American people that if you did not achieve those goals, that you would not seek a second term? Answer yes or no, and then comment on your answer, please.
No, and here's why. And I'll tell you exactly why. Because the deficit now has been building up for 12 years. I'll tell you exactly what I think can be done. I think we can bring it down by 50% in 4 years and grow the economy. Now, I could get rid of it in 4 years, in theory, on the books now, but to do it, you'd have to raise taxes too much and cut benefits too much to people who need them, and it would even make the economy worse. Mr. Perot will tell you, for example, that the expert he hired to analyze his plan says that it will bring the deficit down in 5 years, but it will make unemployment bad for 4 more years. So my view is, sir, you have to increase investment, grow the economy, and reduce the deficit by controlling health care costs, prudent reductions in defense, cuts in domestic programs, and asking the wealthiest Americans and foreign corporations to pay their fair share of taxes, and investing and growing this economy. I ask everybody to look at my economic ideas, 9 Nobel Prize winners and over 500 economists and hundreds of business people, including a lot of Republicans, said, this is the way you got to go. If you don't grow the economy, you can't get it done. But I can't foresee all the things that will happen, and I don't think a president should be judged solely on the deficit. Let me also say, we're having an election today. You'll have a shot at me in 4 years, and you can vote me right out if you think I've done a lousy job. And I would welcome you to do that.
Mr. President.
Well, I'm a little confused here because I don't see how you can grow the deficit down by raising people's taxes. You see, I don't think the American people are taxed too little. I think they're taxed too much. I went for one tax increase, and when I make a mistake, I admit it. So that wasn't the right thing to do. Governor Clinton's program wants to tax more and spend more, $150 billion in new taxes, spend another 220. I don't believe that's the way to do it. Here's some things that'll help. Give us a balanced budget amendment. He always talks about Arkansas having a balanced budget, and they do. But he has a balanced budget amendment, have to do it. I'd like the government to have that. And I think it would discipline not only the Congress, which needs it, but also the executive branch. I'd like to have what 43 governors have, the line item veto. So if the Congress can't cut, and we've got a reckless spending Congress, let the president have a shot at it by wiping out things that are pork barrel or something of that nature. I've proposed another one. Some sophisticates think it may be a little gimmicky. I think it's good. It's a checkoff. It says to you as a taxpayer, say you're going to pay a tax of $1,000 or something, you can check 10% of that if you want to in one box, and that 10%, $100, or if you're paying $10,000, whatever it is, $1,000, check it off and make the government, make it lower the deficit by that amount. And if the Congress won't do it, if they can't get together and negotiate how to do that, then you'd have a sequester across the board. You'd exempt Social Security. I don't want to tax or touch Social Security. I'm the president that said, hey, don't mess with Social Security, and we haven't. So I believe we need to control the growth of mandatory spending. Back to this gentleman's question, that's the main growing thing in the budget. The program that the president, 2/3 of the budget, I as president, never get to look at, never get to touch. We've got to control that growth to inflation and population increase, but not raise taxes on the American people now. I just don't believe that would stimulate any kind of growth at all.
How about you, Mr. Perot?
Well, with $4 trillion in debt, we're going into debt an additional $1 billion, a little more than $1 billion every working day of the year. Now, the thing I love about, I'm just a businessman. I was down in Texas taking care of business, tending to my family. This situation got so bad that I decided I better get into it. The American people asked me to get into it. But I just find it fascinating that while we sit here tonight, we will go into debt an additional $50 million in an hour and a half. Now, it's not the Republicans' fault, of course, and it's not the Democrats' fault, and what I'm looking for is who did it. Now, they're the two folks involved, so maybe if you put them together, they did it. Now, the facts are we have to fix it. We are leaving. I'm here tonight for these young people up here in the balcony from this college. When I was a young man, when I got out of the Navy, I had multiple job offers. Young people with high grades can't get a job. People, the 18 to 24-year-old high school graduates 10 years ago were making more than they are now. In other words, we were down to 18% of them were making, of the 18 to 24-year-olds were making less than $12,000. Now that's up to 40%. And what's happened in the meantime? The dollar's gone through the floor. Now whose fault is that? Not the Democrats, not the Republicans. Somewhere out there, there's an extraterrestrial that's doing this to us, I guess. And everybody says they take responsibility. Somebody somewhere has to take responsibility for this. Put it to you bluntly, American people. If you want me to be your president, we're going to face our problems, we'll deal with the problems, we'll solve our problems. We'll pay down our debt, we'll pass on the American dream to our children, and I will not leave our children a situation that they have today. When I was a boy, it took 2 generations to double the standard of living. Today, it will take 12 generations.
Okay,
our children will not see the American dream because of this debt that somebody somewhere dropped on us.
You're all wonderful speakers, and I know you have lots more to add, but I've talked to this audience, and they have lots of questions on other topics. Can we move to another topic, please? We have one up here, I think.
Yes, I'd like to address all the candidates with this question. The amount of time the candidates have spent in this campaign trashing their opponent's character and their programs is depressingly large. Why can't your discussions and proposals reflect the genuine complexity and the difficulty of the issues to try to build a consensus around the best aspects of all proposals?
Who wants to take that one? Mr. Perot, you have an answer for everything, don't you? Go right ahead, sir.
No, I don't have an answer for everything. But as you all know, I've been buying 30-minute segments to talk about issues. And tomorrow night on NBC from 10:30 to 11 Eastern, we're going to talk about how you pay the debt down. So we're going to come right down to that one. See, we'll be on again Saturday night, 8 to 9 o'clock on ABC. So,
okay,
this is tough love. Finally, I couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more. And I have said again and again and again, let's get off mud wrestling, let's get off personalities, and let's talk about jobs, health care, crime, the things that concern the American people. I'm spending my money, not PAC money, not foreign money, my money, to take this message to the people.
Thank you, Mr. Perot. So that seems directed. He would say it's you gentlemen that have been doing that. Mr. Clinton, Governor Clinton, President Bush, how would you like to respond?
Well, first place, I believe that character is a part of being president. I think you have to look at it. I think that has to be a part of candidate for president or being president. In terms of programs, I've submitted, 4 different budgets to the United States Congress in great detail. They're so heavy they'd give you a, broken back. And everything in there says what I am for. Now I've come out with a new agenda for America's renewal, a plan that I believe really will help stimulate the growth of this economy. My record on world affairs is pretty well known because I've been president for 4 years, so I feel I've been talking issues. Nobody likes who shot John, but I think the first negative campaign run in this election was by Governor Clinton. And I'm not going to sit there and be a punching bag. I'm going to stand up and say, hey, listen, here's my side of it. But character is an important part of the equation. The other night, Governor Clinton raised I don't know if you saw the debate the other night. Suffered through that. Well, he raised the question of my father. It was a good line, well rehearsed, and well delivered. But he raised the question of my father and said, well, your father, Prescott Bush, was against McCarthy. You should be ashamed of yourself, McCarthyism. I remember something my dad told me. I was 18-year-old, going to Penn Station to go on into the Navy. And he said, write your mother, which I faithfully did. He said, serve your country. My father was an honor duty and country man. And he said, tell the truth. And I've tried to do that in public life, all through it. And that says something about character. My argument with Governor Clinton, you can call it mud wrestling, but I think it's fair to put it in focus, is I am deeply troubled by someone who demonstrates and organizes demonstration in a foreign land when his country's at war. Probably a lot of kids here disagree with me, but that's what I feel. That's what I feel passionately about. I'm thinking of Ross Perot's running mate sitting in the jail. How would he feel about it? But maybe that's generational, I don't know. But the big argument I have with the governor on this is this taking different positions on different issues, trying to be one thing to one person here that's opposing the NAFTA agreement and then for it, what we call waffling. And I do think that you can't turn the White House into the Waffle House. You got to say what you're for. And you got to...
Mr. President, I'm getting time cues.
Oh,
With all due respect, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
Clinton.
Carol. I get wound up because I feel
Yes,
strong.
you do.
Let me say first of all to you that I believe so strongly in the question you asked that I suggested this format tonight. I started doing these formats a year ago in New Hampshire. And I found that we had huge crowds because all I did was let people ask questions and I tried to give very specific answers. I also had a program starting last year. I've been disturbed by the tone and the tenor of this campaign. Thank goodness the networks have a fact check so I don't have to just go blue in the face anymore. Mr. Bush said once again tonight I was going to have a $150 billion tax increase. When Mr. Quayle said that, all the networks said that's not true. He's got over $100 billion of tax cuts and incentives. So I'm not going to take up your time tonight, but let me just say this. We'll have a debate in 4 days, and we can talk about this character thing again. The Washington Post ran a long editorial today saying they couldn't believe Mr. Bush was making character an issue, and they said he was the greatest, quote, political chameleon for changing his positions of all time. Now, I don't want to get into that. Wait a minute. Let's don't, you don't have to believe that. Here's my point. I'm not interested in his character. I want to change the character of the presidency. And I'm interested in what we can trust him to do and what you can trust me to do and what you can trust Mr. Perot to do for the next 4 years. So I think you're right, and I hope the rest of the night belongs to you.
I talked to this audience before you gentlemen came, and I asked them about how they felt about the tenor of the campaign. Would you like to let them know what you thought about that? When I said, are you pleased with how the campaign's been going? Who wants to say why you don't like the way the campaign is going? We have a gentleman back here.
If I may, and forgive the notes here, but I'm shy on camera. The focus of my work as a domestic mediator is meeting the needs of the children that I work with by way of their parents and not the wants of their parents. And I asked the three of you, how can we, as symbolically the children of the future president, expect the three of you to meet our needs, the needs in housing and in crime and you name it, as opposed to the wants of your political spin doctors and your political parties.
So your question is?
Can we focus on the issues and not the personalities and the mud? I think there is a need, if we could take a poll here with the folks from Gallup perhaps, I think there is a real need here to focus at this point on the needs.
How do you respond? How do you gentlemen respond to...
I agree with him.
President Bush?
Let's do it. Let's talk about programs for children.
Could I ask one other thing?
Yeah.
Could we cross our hearts? It sounds silly here, but could we make a commitment? You know, we're not under oath at this point, but could you make a commitment to the citizens of the United States to meet our needs? And we have many, and not yours. Again, I repeat that it's a real need, I think, that we all have.
I think it depends how you define it. I mean, I think in general, let's talk about these issues. Let's talk about the programs. But in the presidency, a lot goes into it. Caring goes into it. That's not particularly specific. Strength goes into it. That's not specific. Standing up against aggression, that's not specific in terms of a program. This is what a president has to do. So in principle, though, I'll take your point and think we ought to discuss child care or whatever else it is.
And you, too?
Go ahead.
Ross had his hand up.
Just
yes, right.
No hedges, no ifs, ands, and buts. I'll take the pledge because I know the American people want to talk about issues and not tabloid journalism. So I'll take the pledge and we'll stay on the issues. Now, just for the record, I don't have any spin doctors. I don't have any speech writers. Probably shows. I make those charts you see on television even. That shows. Now, but you don't have to wonder if it's me talking. Say, what you see is what you get. If you don't like it, you got two other choices, right?
Oh, wait a minute. I want to say just one thing now, Ross, in fairness. The ideas I express are mine. I've worked on these things for 12 years, and I'm the only person up here who hasn't been part of Washington in any way for the last 20 years. So I don't want the implication to be that somehow everything we say just cooked up and put in our head by somebody else. I worked 12 years very hard as a governor on the real problems of real people. I'm just as sick as you are by having to wake up and figure out how to defend myself every day.
Yeah, I
never thought I'd ever be involved in anything like this.
May I finish?
Yes, you may finish.
Very briefly?
Yes, very briefly.
And I don't have any foreign money in my campaign. I don't have any foreign lobbyists on leave in my campaign. I don't have any PAC money in my campaign. I got 5.5 million hardworking people who put me on the ballot, and I belong to them.
Okay.
And they are interested in what you're interested in. I take the pledge. I've already taken the pledge on cutting the deficit in half. I never got to say that. There's a great young group, Lead or Leave, college students, young people, who don't want us to spend their money. I took the pledge we'd cut it out.
Thank you. We have a question here.
Yes, I would like to get a response from all three gentlemen. And the question is, what are your plans to improve the physical infrastructure of this nation, which includes the water system, the sewer system, our transportation systems, etc.? Thank you.
The cities. Who's going to fix the cities and how?
Be glad to take a shot at it.
Please.
I'm not sure that, and I could understand if you haven't seen this, because there's been a lot of hue and cry. We passed this year the most farthest looking transportation bill in the history of this country since Eisenhower started the interstate highways. $150 billion for improving the infrastructure. That happened when I was president. And so I'm very proud of the way that came about. And I think it's a very, very good beginning. Like Mr. Perot, I am concerned about the deficits. And $150 billion is a lot of money, but it's awful hard to say we're going to go out and spend more money when we're trying to get the deficit down. But I would cite that as a major accomplishment. We hear all the negatives. When you're president, you expect this. Everybody's running against the incumbent. They can do better. Everyone knows that. But here's something that we can take great pride in because it really does get to what you're talking about. Our home initiative, our home ownership initiative, hope that passed the Congress, is a good start for having people own their own homes instead of living in these deadly tenements. Our enterprise zones that we hear a lot of lip service about in Congress would bring jobs into the inner city. There's a good program. And I need the help of everybody across this country to get it passed in substantial way by the Congress. When we went out to South Central in Los Angeles, some of you may remember the riots there. I went out there, I went to a boys club, and every one of them, the boys club leaders, the ministers, all of them were saying, pass enterprise zones. We go back to Washington, and very difficult to get it through the Congress, but there's going to be a new Congress. No one likes gridlock. There's going to be a new Congress because the old one, I don't want to get this man mad at me, but there was a post office scandal and a bank scandal. You can have a lot of new members of Congress. And then you can sit down and say, help me do what we should for the cities. Help me pass these programs.
Mr. President, aren't you threatening to veto the bill, the urban aid bill that included enterprise zones?
Sure, but the problem is you get so many things included in a great big bill that you have to look at the overall good. That's the problem with our system. If you had a line item veto, you could knock out the pork, you could knock out the tax increases, and you could do what the people want, and that is create enterprise zone.
Governor Clinton, you're chomping at the bit.
That bill pays for these urban enterprise zones by asking the wealthiest Americans to pay a little more, and that's why he wants to veto it. Just like he vetoed an earlier bill this year. This is not mudslinging, this is fact slinging. A bill earlier this year, this is facts, that would have given investment tax credits and other incentives to reinvest in our cities, in our country, but it asked the wealthiest Americans to pay a little more. Mr. Perot wants to do the same thing. I agree with him. I mean, we agree with that. But let me tell you specifically what my plan does. My plan would dedicate $20 billion a year in each of the next 4 years for investments in new transportation, communications, environmental cleanups, and new technologies for the 21st century. And we would target it especially in areas that have been either depressed or which have lost a lot of defense-related jobs. There are 200,000 people in California, for example, who've lost their defense-related jobs. They ought to be engaged in making high-speed rail. They ought to be engaged in breaking ground in other technologies, doing waste recycling, clean water technology, and things of that kind. We can create millions of jobs in these new technologies, more than we're going to lose in defense if we target it. But we're investing a much smaller percentage of our income in the things you just asked about than all of our major competitors. And our wealth growth is going down as a result of it. It's making the country poorer, which is why I answered the gentleman the way I did before. We have to both bring down the deficit and get our economy going through these kinds of investments in order to get the kind of wealth and jobs and incomes we need in America.
Mr. Perot, what about your plans for the cities? You want to tackle the economy and the deficit first.
First, you got to have money to pay for these things. So you've got to create jobs. There are all kinds of ways to create jobs in the inner city. Now, I'm not a politician, but I think I could go to Washington in a week and get everybody holding hands and get this bill signed, because I talked to the Democratic leaders and they want it. I talked to Republican leaders and they want it. But since they are bred from childhood to fight with one another rather than get results, you know, I would be glad to drop out and spend a little time and see if we couldn't build some bridges. Now, results is what counts. The president can't order Congress around. Congress can't order the president around. That's not bad for a guy that's never been there, right? But you have to work together. Now, I have talked to the chairman of the committees that want this. They're Democrats. The president wants it, but we can't get it because we sit here in gridlock because it's a campaign year. We didn't fund a lot of other things this year, like the savings and loan mess. That's another story we're going to pay a big price for right after the election. Right. The facts are, though, the facts are, the American people are hurting. These people are hurting in the inner cities. We're shipping the low-paying, quote, low-paying jobs overseas. What are low-paying jobs? Textiles, shoes, things like that we say are yesterday's industries. They're tomorrow's industries in the inner city. Let me say, in my case, if I'm out of work, I'll cut grass tomorrow to take care of my family. I'll be happy to make shoes. I'll be happy to make clothing. I'll make sausage. You just give me a job. Put those jobs in the inner cities instead of doing diplomatic deals and shipping them to China where prison labor does the work.
Mr. Perot, everybody thought you won the first debate because you were plain speaking and you made it sound oh so simple. We'll just do it. What makes you think that you're going to be able to get the Democrats and Republicans together any better than these guys?
If you ask me if I could fly a fighter plane or be an astronaut, I can't. I've spent my life creating jobs. It's something I know how to do. And very simply, in the inner city, they're starved. See, small businesses is the way to jumpstart the inner city.
Are you answering my question?
You want jobs in the inner city? Do you want jobs in the inner city? Is that your question?
I want you to tell me how you're going to be able to get the Republicans and Democrats in Congress to work together better than these two gentlemen.
I've listened to both sides, and if they would talk to one another instead of throwing rocks, I think we could get a lot done. And among other things, I would say, okay, over here in this Senate committee, to the chairman who is anxious to get this bill passed, to the president who's anxious, I'd say rather than just yelling at one another, why don't we find out where we're apart, try to get together, get the bill passed, and give the people the benefits and not play party politics right now. And I think the press would follow that so closely that probably they would get it done. That's the way I would do it. I doubt if they'll give me the chance, but I will drop everything and go work on it.
Okay, I have a question here.
My question was originally for Governor Clinton, but I think I would welcome a response from all three candidates. As you are aware, crime is rampant in our cities. And in the Richmond area, and I'm sure it's happened elsewhere, 12-year-olds are carrying guns to school. And I'm sure when our founding fathers wrote the Constitution, they did not mean for the right to bear arms to apply to 12-year-olds. So I'm asking, where do you stand on gun control, and what do you plan to do about it?
Governor Clinton.
I support the right to keep and bear arms. I live in a state where over half the adults have hunting or fishing licenses or both. But I believe we have to have some way of checking handguns before they're sold, to check the criminal history, the mental health history, and the age of people who are buying them. Therefore, I support the Brady bill, which would impose a national waiting period unless and until a state did what only Virginia has done now, which is to automate its records. Once you automate your records, then you don't have to have a waiting period, but at least you can check. I also think we should have, frankly, restrictions on assault weapons whose only purpose is to kill. We need to give the police a fighting chance in our urban areas where the gangs are building up. The third thing I would say, it doesn't bear directly on gun control, but it's very important. We need more police on the street. There is a crime bill which would put more police on the street, which was killed for this session by a filibuster in the Senate, mostly by Republican senators. And I think it's a shame it didn't pass. I think it should be made the law, but it had the Brady bill in it, the waiting period. I also believe that we should offer college scholarships to people who will agree to work them off as police officers. And I think as we reduce our military forces, we should let people earn military retirement by coming out and working as police officers. 30 years ago, there were 3 police officers on the street for every crime. Today, there are 3 crimes for every police officer. In the communities which have had real success, putting police officers near schools where kids carry weapons to get the weapons out of the schools, or on the same blocks, you've seen crime go down. In Houston, there's been a 15% drop in the crime rate in the last year because of the work the mayor did there in increasing the police force. So I know it can work. I've seen it happen.
Thank you. President Bush?
I think you put your finger on a major problem. I talk about strengthening the American family, and it's very hard to strengthen the family if people are scared to walk down to the corner store and, send their kid down to get a loaf of bread. It's very hard. I have been fighting for very strong anti-crime legislation. Habeas corpus reform, so you don't have these endless appeals. So when somebody gets sentenced, hey, this is for real. I've been fighting for changes in the exclusionary rules, so if an honest cop stops somebody and makes a technical mistake, the criminal doesn't go away. I'll probably get into a fight in this room with some, but I happen to think that we need stronger death penalties for those that kill police officers. Virginia's on the lead in this, as Governor Clinton properly said, on this identification system for firearms. I am not for national registration of firearms. Some of the states that have the toughest anti-gun laws have the highest levels of crime. I am for the right, as the governor says. I'm a sportsman, and I don't think you ought to eliminate all kinds of weapons. But I was not for the bill that he was talking about because it was not tough enough on the criminal. I'm very pleased that the Fraternal Order of Police in Little Rock, Arkansas endorsed me because I think they see I'm trying to strengthen the anti-crime legislation. We've got more money going out for local police than any previous administration. So we've got to get it under control. And there's one last point I'd make. Drugs. We have got to win our national strategy against drugs, the fight against drugs. And we're making some progress. We're doing a little better on interdiction. We're not doing as well amongst the people that get to be habitual drug users. The good news is, and I think it's true in Richmond, teenage use is down of cocaine substantially, 60% in the last couple of years. So we're making progress, but until we get that one done, we're not going to solve the neighborhood crime problem.
Mr. Perot, there are young black males in America dying at unprecedented
I didn't get to make
rates.
a comment on this.
Yes, I'm getting
Oh, you're
to that
going to
point.
elaborate.
The
Okay,
fact
excuse
that-
me. Excuse me.
That homicide is the leading cause of death among young black males 15 to 24 years of old. What are you going to do to get the guns off the street?
On any program, and this includes crime, you'll find we have all kinds of great plans lying around that never get enacted into law and implemented. I don't care what it is, competitiveness, health care, crime, you name it. Brady bill, I agree with that it's a timid step in the right direction, but it won't fix it. So why pass a law that won't fix it? Now, what it really boils down to is, can you live? We have become so preoccupied with the rights of the criminal that we've forgotten the rights of the innocent. And in our country, we have evolved to a point where we've put millions of innocent people in jail because you go to the poor neighborhoods and they put bars on their windows and bars on their doors and put themselves in jail to protect the things that they acquired legitimately. Now, that's where we are. We have got to become more concerned about people who play by the rules and get the balance we require. This is going to take, first, building a consensus at grassroots America. Right from the bottom up, the American people have got to say they want it. And at that point, we can pick from a variety of plans and develop new plans, and the way you get things done is bury yourselves in a room with one another, put together the best program, take it to the American people, use the electronic town hall, the kind of thing you're doing here tonight, build the consensus, and then do it, and then go on to the next one. But don't just sit here slow dancing for 4 years doing nothing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Perot. We have a question up here.
Please state your position on term limits, and if you are in favor of them, how will you get them enacted?
Any order? I'd be glad to respond.
Thank you.
I strongly support term limits for members of the United States Congress. I believe it would return the government closer to the people, in the way that Ross Perot is talking about. The president's terms are limited to 2, total of 8 years. What's wrong with limiting the terms of members of Congress to 12? Congress has gotten kind of institutionalized. For 38 years, one party has controlled the House of Representatives, and the result, sorry little post office that can't do anything right, and a bank that has more overdrafts than all the Chase Bank and Citibank put together. We've got to do something about it, and I think you get a certain arrogance, bureaucratic arrogance, if people stay there too long, and so I strongly favor term limits. And how to get them passed? Send us some people that'll pass the idea. And I think you will. I think the American people want it now. Every place I go, I talk about it, and I think they want it done. Actually, you'd have to have some amendments to the Constitution because of the way the Constitution reads.
Thank you. Governor Clinton.
I know they're popular, but I'm against them. And I'll tell you why. I believe, number one, it would pose a real problem for a lot of smaller states in the Congress. It would have enough trouble now making sure their interests are heard. Number two, I think it would increase the influence of unelected staff members in the Congress who have too much influence already. I want to cut the size of the congressional staffs, but I think you're going to have too much influence there with people who were never elected who have lots of expertise. Number three, if the people really have a mind to change, they can. You're going to have 120 to 150 new members of Congress. Now, let me tell you what I favor instead. I favor strict controls on how much you can spend running for Congress, strict limits on political action committees, requirements that people running for Congress appear in open public debates like we're doing now. If you did that, you could take away the incumbent's advantage, because challengers like me would have a chance to run against incumbents like him for House races and Senate races, and then the voters could make up their own mind without being subject to an unfair fight. So that's how I feel about it, and I think if we had the right kind of campaign reform, we'd get the changes you want.
Mr. Perot, would you like to address term limitations?
Yes. Let me do it first on a personal level. If the American people send me up to do this job, I intend to be there one term. I do not intend to spend 1 minute of one day thinking about re-election. And as a matter of principle, and my situation is unique and I understand it, I would take absolutely no compensation. I go as their servant. Now, I have set as strong an example as I can. Then at that point, when we sit down over at Capitol Hill, tomorrow night I'm going to be talking about government reform. It's a long subject. You wouldn't let me finish tonight. If you want to hear it, you get it tomorrow night. But the point is, sorry, just a little silly. If you're here it tomorrow night. But we have got to reform government. If you put term limits in and don't reform government, you won't get the benefits you thought. It takes both. So we need to do the reforms and the term limits, and after we reform it, it won't be a lifetime career opportunity. Good people will go serve and then go back to their homes and not become foreign lobbyists and cash in at $30,000 a month and then take time off to run some president's campaign. They're all nice people, they're just in a bad system. I don't think they're any villains, but boy, is the system rotten.
Thank you very much. We have a question over here.
I'd like to ask Governor Clinton, do you attribute the rising costs of health care to the medical profession itself, or do you think the problem lies elsewhere? And what specific proposals do you have to tackle this problem?
I've had more people talk to me about their health care problems, I guess, than anything else. All across America, you know, people who've lost their jobs, lost their businesses, had to give up their jobs because of sick children. And so let me try to answer you in this way. Let's start with a premise. We spend 30% more of our income than any nation on earth on health care, and yet we insure fewer people. We have 35 million people without any insurance at all, and I see them all the time. 100,000 Americans a month have lost their health insurance just in the last 4 years. So if you analyze where we're out of line with other countries, you come up with the following conclusions. Number one, we spend at least $60 billion a year on insurance, administrative costs, bureaucracy, and government regulation that wouldn't be spent in any other nation. So we have to have, in my judgment, a drastic simplification of the basic health insurance policies of this country. Be very comprehensive for everybody. Employers would cover their employees, government would cover the unemployed. Number two, I think you have to take on specifically the insurance companies and require them to make some significant change in the way they rate people into big community pools. I think you have to tell the pharmaceutical companies they can't keep raising drug prices at 3 times the rate of inflation. I think you have to take on medical fraud. I think you have to help doctors stop practicing defensive medicine. I've recommended that our doctors be given a set of national practice guidelines, and that if they follow those guidelines, that raises the presumption that they didn't do anything wrong. I think you have to have a system of primary and preventive clinics in our inner cities and our rural areas so people can have access to health care. But the key is to control the cost and maintain the quality. To do that, you need a system of managed competition where all of us are covered in big groups and we can choose our doctors and our hospitals across a wide range, but there is an incentive to control costs. And I think there has to be, I think Mr. Perot and I agree on this, there has to be a national commission of healthcare providers and healthcare consumers that sets ceilings to keep health costs in line with inflation plus population growth. Now let me say, some people say we can't do this, but Hawaii does it. They cover 98% of their people, and their insurance premiums are much cheaper than the rest of America, and so does Rochester, New York. They now have a plan to cover everybody, and their premiums are 2/3 the rest of the country. This is very important. It's a big human problem and a devastating economic problem for America, and I'm going to send a plan to do this within the first 100 days of my presidency. It's terribly important.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you short, but President Bush, health care reform.
I just have to say something. I don't want to stampede. Ross was very articulate across the country. I don't want anybody to stampede to cut the president's salary off altogether. Barbara's sitting over here, and but what I have proposed, 10% cut, downsize the government, and we can get that done. She asked the question, I think, is whether the health care profession was to blame. No. One thing to blame is these malpractice lawsuits. They are breaking the system. It costs $20 to $25 billion a year. And I want to see those outrageous claims capped. Doctors don't dare to deliver babies sometimes because they're afraid that somebody's going to sue them. People don't dare, medical practitioners, to help somebody along the highway that are hurt because they're afraid that some lawyer's going to come along and get a big lawsuit. So you can't blame the practitioners or the health profit. And my program is this: keep the government as far out of it as possible, make insurance available to the poorest of the poor through vouchers, next range in the income bracket through tax credits, and get on about the business of pooling insurance. A great big company can buy, Ross got a good-sized company, been very successful. He can buy insurance cheaper than mom and pop store on the corner. But if those mom and pop stores all get together and pool, they too can bring the cost of insurance down. So I want to keep the quality of health care. That means keep government out of it. I want to do better. I don't like this idea of these boards. It all sounds to me like you're going to have some government setting price. I want competition, and I want to pool the insurance and take care of it that way. And here's the other point. I think medical care should go with the person. If you leave a business, I think your insurance should go with you to some other business. You shouldn't be worrying if you get a new job as to whether that's going to, and part of our plan is to make it what they call portable, big word, but that means if you're working for the Jones Company, you go to the Smith Company, your insurance goes with you. I think it's a good program. I'm really excited about getting it done, too.
Mr. Perot.
We have the most expensive health care system in the world. 12% of our gross national product goes to health care. Our industrial competitors who are beating us in competition spend less and have better health care. Japan spends a little over 6% of its gross national product. Germany spends 8%. It's fascinating. You brought a front row box seat and you're not happy with your health care. And you're saying tonight we've got bad health care but very expensive health care. Folks, here's why. Go home and look in the mirror. You own this country, but you have no voice in it the way it's organized now. And if you want to have a high-risk experience comparable to bungee jumping, go into Congress sometime when they're working on this kind of legislation, when the lobbyists are running up and down the halls. Wear your safety-toe shoes when you go. And as a private citizen, believe me, you are looked on as a major nuisance. The facts are you now have a government that comes at you. You're supposed to have a government that comes from you. Now, there are all kinds of good ideas, brilliant ideas, terrific ideas on health care. None of them ever get implemented because, let me give you an example. Senator runs every 6 years. He's got to raise $20,000 a week to have enough money to run. Who's he going to listen to, us or the folks running up and down the aisles with money, the lobbyists, the PAC money? He listens to them. Who do they represent? Health care industry, not us. Now, you've got to have a government that comes from you again. You've got to reassert your ownership in this country, and you've got to completely reform our government. And at that point, they'll just be like apples falling out of a tree. The programs will be good because the elected officials will be listening to you. I said the other night I was all ears, and I would listen to any good idea. I think we ought to do plastic surgery on a lot of these guys so that they're all ears too and listen to you. Then you get what you want, and shouldn't you? You paid for it. Why shouldn't you get what you want as opposed to what some lobbyist cuts a deal, writes the little piece in the law, and it goes through? That's the way the game's played now. Till you change it, you're going to be unhappy.
Thank you. Governor Clinton, you wanted one brief point in there.
One brief point. We have elections so people can make decisions about this. The point I want to make to you is the bipartisan commission reviewed my plan and the Bush plan and concluded there were many Republicans as Democratic health care experts on it. They concluded that my plan would cover everybody and his would leave 27 million behind by the year 2000. And that my plan in the next 12 years would save $2.2 trillion in public and private money to reinvest in this economy. And the average family would save $1,200 a year under the plan that I offered without any erosion in the quality of health care. So I ask you to look at that. And you have to vote for somebody with the plan. That's what you have elections for. If people say, well, he got elected to do this, then the Congress says, okay, I'm going to do it. That's what the election was about.
Brief, Governor Clinton. Thank you. We have a question right here.
Yes. How has the national debt personally affected each of your lives? And if it hasn't, how can you honestly find a cure for the economic problems of the common people if you have no experience in what's ailing them?
May I answer that?
Well, Mr.
Who do you want to
yes,
start with?
Of course.
Who?
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
For each of you.
Yes.
So
it caused me to disrupt my private life and my business to get involved in this activity. That's how much I care about it. And believe me, if you knew my family and if you knew the private life I have, you would agree in a minute that that's a whole lot more fun than getting involved in politics. But I have lived the American dream. I came from a very modest background. Nobody's been luckier than I've been. All the way across the spectrum, and the greatest riches of all are my wife and children. It's true of any family. But I want all the children, I want these young people up here to be able to start with nothing but an idea like I did and build a business. But they've got to have a strong basic economy. And if you're in debt, it's like having a ball and chain around you. I just figure, as lucky as I've been, I owe it to them. And I owe it to the future generations. And on a very personal basis, I owe it to my children and grandchildren.
Thank you, Mr. Perot. Mr. President.
Well, I think the national debt affects everybody. Obviously, it has a lot to do with interest rates. It has.
She's saying you personally.
On a personal basis, how has it affected you?
Has it affected you personally?
Well, I'm sure it has. I love my grandchildren. I want to think
How?
that I want to think that they're going to be able to afford an education. I think that that's an important part of being a parent. Maybe I won't get it wrong. Are you suggesting that if somebody has means, that the national debt doesn't affect them?
Well, what I'm saying
I'm not sure I get it. Help me with the question, and I'll try to answer it.
I've had friends that have been laid off from jobs.
Yeah.
I know people who cannot afford to pay the mortgage on their homes, their car payment. I have personal problems with the national debt. But how has it affected you? And if you have no experience in it, how can you help us if you don't know what we're feeling?
I think she means more the recession, the economic problems today the country faces rather than the deficit.
You ought to be in the White House for a day and hear what I hear and see what I see and read the mail I read and touch the people that I touch from time to time. I was in the Lomax AME Church. It's a black church just outside of Washington, D.C. And I read in the bulletin about teenage pregnancies, about the difficulty that families are having to make ends meet. I talked to parents. I mean, you got to care. Everybody cares if people aren't doing well. But I don't think it's fair to say you haven't had cancer, therefore you don't know what it's like. I don't think it's fair to say, you know, whatever it is, that if you haven't been hit by it personally, but everybody's affected by the debt because of the tremendous interest that goes into paying on that debt. Everything's more expensive. Everything comes out of your pocket and my pocket. So it's that. But I think in terms of the recession, of course you feel it when you're President of the United States. And that's why I'm trying to do something about it by stimulating the export, investing more, better education systems. Thank you. I'm glad to clarify.
Tell me how it's affected you again. You know people who lost their jobs and lost their homes? Well, I've been governor of a small state for 12 years. I'll tell you how it's affected me. Every year, Congress and the President sign laws that make us do more things and gives us less money to do it with. I see people in my state, middle-class people, their taxes have gone up in Washington and their services have gone down, while the wealthy have gotten tax cuts. I have seen what's happened in this last 4 years when, in my state, when people lose their jobs, there's a good chance I'll know them by their names. When a factory closes, I know the people who ran it. When the businesses go bankrupt, I know them. And I've been out here for 13 months, meeting in meetings just like this ever since October, with people like you all over America, people that have lost their jobs, lost their livelihood, lost their health insurance. What I want you to understand is the national debt is not the only cause of that. It is because America has not invested in its people. It is because we have not grown. It is because we've had 12 years of trickle-down economics. We've gone from 1st to 12th in the world in wages. We've had 4 years where we produced no private sector jobs. Most people are working harder for less money than they were making 10 years ago. It is because we are in the grip of a failed economic theory. And this decision you're about to make better be about what kind of economic theory you want. Not just people saying, I'm going to go fix it, but what are we going to do? What I think we have to do is invest in American jobs, American education, control American health care costs, and bring the American people together again.
Thank you, Governor Clinton. We are a little more than halfway through this program, and I'm glad that we're getting the diversity of questions that we are. And I don't want to forget these folks on the wings over here, so let's go over here. Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. My name is Ben Smith. I work in the financial field counseling retirees, and I'm personally concerned about 3 major areas. One is the Social Security Administration, or trust fund, is projected to be insolvent by the year 2036. And we funded the trust fund with IOUs in the form of treasury bonds. The Pension Guarantee Fund, which backs up our private retirement plans for retirees, is projected to be bankrupt by the year 2026, not to mention the cutbacks by private companies. And Medicare is projected to be bankrupt maybe as soon as 1997. And I would like from each of you a specific response as to what you intend to do for retirees relative to these issues, not generalities but specifics, because I think they're very disturbing issues.
President Bush, may we start with you?
Well, the Social Security, you're an expert, and I could, I'm sure, learn from you the details of the Pension Guarantee Fund and the Social Security Fund. The Social Security system was fixed about 5 years, and I think it's projected out to be sound beyond that. So at least we have time to work with it. But on all of these things, a sound economy is the only way to get it going. Growth in the economy is going to add to the overall prosperity and wealth. I can't give you a specific answer on Pension Guarantee Fund. All I know is that we have firm government credit to guarantee the pensions, and that is very important. But it's the full faith and credit of the United States in spite of our difficulties is still pretty good. It's still the most respected credit. So I would simply say, as these dates get close, you're going to have to reorganize and refix, as we did with the Social Security Fund. And I think that's the only answer. But the more immediate answer is to do what this lady was suggesting we do, and that is to get this deficit down and get on without adding to the woes and then restructure. One thing I've called for that has been stymied, and I'll keep on working for it, is a whole financial reform legislation. It is absolutely essential in terms of bringing our banking system and credit system into the new age instead of having it living back in the dark ages. And it's a big fight. And I don't want to give my friend Ross another shot at me here, but I am fighting with the Congress to get this through. And you can't just go up and say, I'm going to fix it. You got some pretty strong-willed guys up there that argue with you. But that's what the election's about. I agree with the governor. That's what the election is about. And sound fiscal policy is the best answer, I think, to all the three problems you mentioned.
Thank you. Mr. Perot?
Just on the broad issue here, when you're trying to solve a problem, you get the best plans. You have a raging debate about those plans. Then, out of that debate with leadership comes consensus. Then, if the plans are huge and complex like health care, I would urge you to implement pilot programs. Like the old carpenter says, measure twice, cut once. You know, let's make sure this thing's as good as we all think it is at the end of the meeting. Then finally, our government passes laws and freezes the plan in concrete. Anybody that's ever built a successful business will tell you, you optimize, optimize, optimize after you put something into effect. The reason Medicare and Medicaid are a mess is we froze them. Everybody knows how to fix them. There are people all over the federal government, if they could just touch it with a screwdriver, could fix it. Now back over here. See, we've got a $4 trillion debt, and only in America would you have $2.8 trillion of it, or 70% of it, financed 5 years or less. Now that's another thing for you to think about when you go home tonight. You don't finance long-term debt with short-term money. Why did our government do it? To get the interest rates down. A 1% increase in interest rates in that $2.8 trillion is $28 billion a year. Now, when you look at what Germany pays for money and what we don't pay for money, you realize there's quite a spread, right? And you realize this is a temporary thing, and there's going to be another sucking sound that runs our deficit through the roof. You know, and everybody's ducking it, so I'm going to say it, that we are not letting that surplus stay in the bank. We are not investing that surplus like a pension fund. We are spending that surplus to make the deficit look smaller to you than it really is. Now, that puts you in jail in corporate America if you kept books that way, but in government, it's just kind of the way things are. That's because it comes at you, not from you. Now then, that money needs to be, they don't even pay interest on it. They just write a note for the interest.
Mr. Perot, can
now,
you
so
wrap
now
it
then,
up?
But the point, see, do you want to fix the problem or soundbite it? I understand the importance of time, but see, here's how we get to this mess we're in. This is just one of 1,000. Fair. Now then, to nail it, there's one way out. A growing, expanding job base. A growing, expanding job base to generate the funds and the tax revenues to pay off the mess and rebuild America. We got a double hit. If we're $4 trillion down, we should have everything perfect, but we don't. We got to pay it off and build money to renew it, spend money to renew it, and that's going to take a growing, expanding job base. That is priority one in this country. Put everybody that's breathing to work. And I'd love to be out of workers and have to import them like some of our international competitors.
Mr. Perot, I'm sorry, I'm going
sorry.
And I don't want to soundbite you, but we are trying to be fair to everyone.
No, absolutely, I apologize.
All right, Governor Clinton.
I think I remember the question. Let me say, first of all, I want to answer your specific question, but first of all, we all agree that there should be a growing economy. What you have to decide is who's got the best economic plan. And we all have ideas out there, and Mr. Bush has a record. So I don't want you to read my lips, and I sure don't want you to read his. I do hope you will read our plans. Now, specifically, one, on Medicare, it is not true that everyone knows how to fix it. There are different ideas. The Bush plan, the Perot plan, the Clinton, we have different ideas. I am convinced, having studied health care for a year hard and talking to hundreds and hundreds of people all across America, that you cannot control the cost of Medicare until you control the cost of private health care and public health care with managed competition, ceiling on cost, and radical reorganization of the insurance markets. You've got to do that. We've got to get those costs down. Number two, with regard to Social Security, that program, a lot of you may not know this, it produces a $70 billion surplus a year. Social Security is in surplus, $70 billion. 6 increases in the payroll tax. That means people with incomes of $51,000 a year or less pay a disproportionately high share of the federal tax burden, which is why I want some middle-class tax relief. What do we have to do? By the time the century turns, we have got to have our deficit under control. We have to work out of so that surplus is building up so when the baby boomers like me retire, we're okay. Number three, on the pension funds, I don't know as much about it, but I will say this. What I would do is to bring in the pension experts of the country, take a look at it, and strengthen the pension requirements further, because it's not just enough to have the guarantee. We had a guarantee on the S&Ls, right? we had a guarantee, and what happened? You picked up a $500 billion bill because of the dumb way the federal government deregulated it. So I think we are going to have to change and strengthen the pension requirements on private retirement plans.
Thank you. I think we have a question here on international affairs, hopefully.
We've come to a position where we're in a new world order, and I'd like to know what the candidates feel our position is in this new world order and what our responsibilities are as a superpower.
Mr. President?
Well, we have come to that position. Since I became president, 43, 44 countries have gone democratic. No longer totalitarian, no longer living under dictatorship or communist rule. This is exciting. This is New World Order to me means freedom and democracy. I think we will have a continuing responsibility as the only remaining superpower to stay involved. If we pull back in some isolation and say we don't have to do our share or more than our share anymore, I believe you're going to just ask for conflagration that we'll get involved in the future. NATO, for example, has kept the peace for many, many years, and I want to see us keep fully staffed in NATO, so we'll continue to guarantee the peace in Europe. But the exciting thing is, the fear of nuclear war is down, and you hear all the bad stuff that's happened on my watch. I hope people will recognize that this is something pretty good for mankind. I hope they'll think it's good that democracy and freedom is on the move. And we're going to stay engaged, as long as I'm president, working to improve things. You know, it's so easy now to say, hey, cut out foreign aid, we got a problem at home. I think the United States has to still have the Statue of Liberty as a symbol of caring for others. We're right this very minute, we're sending supplies in to help these little starving kids in Somalia. We're trying to get, it's the United States that's taken the lead in humanitarian aid into Bosnia. We're doing this all around the world. And yes, we got problems at home. And I think I got a good plan to help fix those problems at home. But because of our leadership, because we didn't listen to the nuclear freeze group, do you remember? Freeze it back in about the late 70s. Freeze, don't touch it. We're going to lock it in now or else we'll have war. President Reagan said, no, peace through strength. It worked. The Soviet Union is no more, and now we're working to help them become totally democratic through the Freedom Support Act that I led on. A great Democratic ambassador, Bob Strauss over there, Jim Baker, all of us got this thing passed through cooperation, Ross. It worked with cooperation, and you're for that, I'm sure, helping Russia become democratic. So the New World Order to me means freedom and democracy. Keep engaged. Do not pull back into isolation, and we are the United States, and we have a responsibility to lead and to guarantee the security. If it hadn't been for us, Saddam Hussein would be sitting on top of 3/5 of the oil supply of the world, and he'd have nuclear weapons. And only the United States could do that. Excuse me, Carol.
Thank you. Mr. Perot.
Well, it's cost-effective to help Russia succeed in its revolution. It's pennies on the dollar compared to going back to the Cold War. Russia's still very unstable. They could go back to square one and worse. There's still, all the nuclear weapons are not dismantled. I'm particularly concerned about the intercontinental weapons, the ones that can hit us. We've got agreements, but they're still there. With all this instability and breaking into republics, and all the Middle Eastern countries going over there and shopping for weapons, we've got our work cut out for us. So we need to stay right on top of that and constructively help them move toward democracy and capitalism. We have to have money to do that. We have to have our people at work. See, for 45 years we were preoccupied with the Red Army. I suggest now that our #1 preoccupation is red ink in our country. And we've got to put our people back to work so that we can afford to do these things we want to do in Russia. We cannot be the policeman for the world any longer. We spend $300 billion a year defending the world. Germany and Japan spend around $30 billion apiece. It's neat. If I can get you to defend me and I can spend all my money building industry, that's a home run for me. Coming out of World War II, it made sense. Now, the other superpowers need to do their part. I'll close on this point. You can't be a superpower unless you're an economic superpower. If we're not an economic superpower, we're used to be, and we will no longer be a force for good throughout the world. And if nothing else gets you excited about rebuilding our industrial base, maybe that will, because it's job one is to put our people back to work.
Governor Clinton, the president mentioned Saddam Hussein. You're vice president, and you have had some words about the president and Saddam Hussein. Would you care to comment?
I'd rather answer her question first, and I'll be glad to, because the question you ask is important. The end of the Cold War brings an incredible opportunity for change. Winds of freedom blowing around the world, Russia demilitarizing. And it also requires us to maintain some continuity, some bipartisan American commitment to certain principles. And I would just say there are three things that I would like to say. Number one, we do have to maintain the world's strongest defense. We may differ about what the elements of that are. I think the defense needs to be with fewer people in permanent armed services, but with greater mobility on the land, in the air, and on the sea, with a real dedication to continuing development of high technology weaponry and well-trained people. I think we're going to have to work to stop the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. We've got to keep going until all those nuclear weapons in Russia are gone and the other republics. Number two, if you don't rebuild the economic strength of this country at home, we won't be a superpower. We can't have any more instances like what happened when Mr. Bush went to Japan and the Japanese Prime Minister said he felt sympathy for our country. We have to be the strongest economic power in the world. That's what got me into this race, so we could rebuild the American economy. And number three, we need to be a force for freedom and democracy, and we need to use our unique position to support freedom, whether it's in Haiti or in China or in any other place. Wherever the seeds of freedom are sprouting, we can't impose it, but we need to nourish it. And that's the kind of thing that I would do as president, follow those three commitments into the future.
Okay, we have a question up there.
Yes, we've talked a lot tonight about creating jobs, but we have an awful lot of high school graduates who don't know how to read a ruler, who cannot fill out an application for a job. How can we create high-paying jobs with the education system we have? And what would you do to change it? Thank you.
Who would like to begin? The education president?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'd be delighted to, because you can't do it the old way. You can't do it with the school bureaucracy controlling everything, and that's why we have a new program that I hope people have heard about. It's being worked now in 1,700 communities. Bypass Congress on this one, Ross. 1,700 communities across the country. It's called America 2000. And it literally says to the communities, reinvent the schools, not just the bricks and mortar, but the curriculum and everything else. Think anew. We have a concept called the New American School Corporation, where we're doing exactly that. And so I believe that we got to get the power in the hands of the teachers, not the teachers' union. What's happening up there? And so our America 2000 program also says this. It says, let's give parents the choice of a public, private, or public school. Public, private, or religious school. And it works. It works in Milwaukee. Democratic woman up there taking the lead in this, the mayor up there on the program. And the schools that are not chosen are improved. Competition does that. So we've got to innovate through school choice. We've got to innovate through this America 2000 program. But she is absolutely right. The programs that we've been trying, where you control everything and mandate it from Washington, don't work. The governors, and I believe Governor Clinton was in on this, but maybe I don't want to invoke him here, but they come to me and they say, please get the Congress to stop passing so many mandates telling us how to control things. We know better how to do it in California or Texas or wherever it is. So this is what our program is all about. And I believe you're right on to something, that if we don't change the education, we're not going to be able to compete. Federal funding for education is up substantially. Pell Grants are up, but it isn't going to get the job done if we don't change K through 12.
Governor Clinton?
First of all, let me say that I've spent more of my time in life on this in the last 12 years than any other issue. 70% of my state's money goes to public schools, and I was really honored when Time magazine said that our schools had shown more improvement than any other state in the country except one other. They named 2 states showing real strides forward in the 80s. So I care a lot about this, and I've spent countless hours in schools. But let me start with what you said. I agree with some of what Mr. Bush said, but it's nowhere near enough. We live in a world where what you earn depends on what you can learn, where the average 18-year-old will change jobs 8 times in a lifetime, and where none of us can promise any of you that what you now do for a living is absolutely safe from now on. Nobody running can promise that. There's too much change in the world. So what should we do? Let me reel some things off real quick, because you said you wanted specifics. Number one, under my program, we would provide matching funds to states to teach everybody with a job to read in the next 5 years and give everybody with a job the chance to get a high school diploma in big places on the job. Number two, we would provide 2-year apprenticeship programs to high school graduates who don't go to college, and community colleges are on the job. Number three, we'd open the doors to college education to high school graduates without regard to income. They could borrow the money and pay it back as a percentage of their income over the couple of years of service to our nation here at home. Number four, we would fully fund the Head Start program to get little kids off to a good start. And five, I would have an aggressive program of school reform. More choices, I favor public schools or these new charter schools. We can talk about that if you want. I don't think we should spend tax money on private schools, but I favor public school choice, and I favor radical decentralization and giving more power to better trained principals and teachers with parent councils to control their schools. Those things would revolutionize American education and take us to the top economically.
Thank you, Governor Clinton. The question is, what is it going to cost? What is it going to cost?
In 6 years, I budget all this in my budget. In 6 years, the college program would cost $8 billion, over and above what the present student loan program costs $4 billion. You pay $3 billion for busted loans because we don't have an automatic recovery system, and $1 billion in bank fees. So the net cost would be $8 billion 6 years from now in a $1 trillion+ budget, not very much. The other stuff, all the other stuff I mentioned, costs much less than that. The Head Start program full funding would cost about $5 billion more. And it's all covered in my budget from the plans that I've laid out, from raising taxes on families with incomes above $200,000 and asking foreign corporations to pay the same tax that American corporations do on the same income, from $140 billion in budget cuts, including what I think are very prudent cuts in the defense budget. It's all covered.
Mr. Perot, you on education, please.
Yes, I've got scars to show for being around education reform. And the first word you need to say in every city and state, and just draw a line in the sand, the public schools exist for the benefit of the children. You're going to see a lot of people fall over. Because anytime you're spending $199 billion a year, somebody's getting it. And the children get lost in the process. So that's step one. Keep in mind, in 1960, when our schools were the envy of the world, we were spending $16 billion on them. Now we spend more than any other nation in the world, $199 billion a year, and rank at the bottom of the industrialized world in terms of education achievement. One more time, you brought a front row box seat and got a third-rate performance. It's a government that's not serving you. By and large, it should be local. The more local, the better. Interesting phenomenon. Small towns have good schools, big cities have terrible schools. The best people in a small town will serve on the school board. You get into big cities, it's political patronage, stepping stones. You get the job, give your relatives the janitor's jobs at $57,000 a year, more than the teachers make, and with luck, they clean the cafeteria once a week. Now, you're paying for that. Those schools belong to you. And we put up with that. And as long as you put up with that, that's what you're going to get. And these folks are just dividing up $199 billion and the children get lost. If I could wish for one thing for great public schools, it'd be a strong family unit in every home. Nothing will ever replace that. You say, well, gee, what are you going to do about that? Well, the White House is a bully pulpit, and I think we ought to be pounding on the table every day. There's nothing, the most efficient unit of government the world will ever know is a strong, loving family unit. Next thing, you need small schools, not big schools. A little school, everybody's somebody. Individualism is very important. These big factories, everybody told me they were cost effective. I did a study on it, they're cost ineffective. 5,000 students, why is a high school that big? One reason. Sooner or later, we get 11 more boys that can run like the devil, that weigh 250 pounds, and they might win district. Now, that has nothing to do with learning. Secondly, across Texas, typically half the school day was non-academic pursuits. In one place, it was 35%. In Texas, you could have unlimited absences to go to livestock shows. Found a boy, excuse me, but this gives the flavor. Boy in Houston kept a chicken in the bathtub in downtown Houston. Missed 65 days going to livestock shows. Finally had to come back to school. The chicken lost his feathers. That's the only way we got him back. Now, that's your tax money being wasted. Now, neighborhood schools. It is terrible to bus tiny little children across town. And it is particularly terrible to take poor, tiny little children and wait until the first grade and bus them across town to Mars, where the children know their numbers, know their letters, have had every advantage at the end of the first day that little child wants out. I'll close on this. We've got to have world-class teachers, world-class books. If you ever got close to how textbooks were selected, you wouldn't want to go back the second day. I don't have time to tell you the stories.
No, you don't.
Finally. But if we don't fix this, you're right, we can't have the industries of tomorrow unless we have the best educated workforce. And here you've got, for the disadvantaged children, you've got to have early childhood development, cheapest money you'll ever spend. First contact should be with the mother when she's pregnant. That little child needs to be loved and hugged and nurtured and made to feel special, like your children were. They learn to think well or poorly themselves in the first 18 months.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
within the
Perot.
first few years, they either learn how to learn or don't learn how to learn. And if they don't, they wind up in prison.
Thank
and it
you,
costs more to
Mr.
keep them in
Perot.
prison than it does to send them to Harvard. I rest my case.
Thank you. President Bush, you wanted to add something.
I just had a word of clarification because of something Governor Clinton said. My school choice program, GI Bill for Kids, does not take public money and give it to private schools. It does what the GI Bill itself did when I came out of World War II. Takes public money and gives it to families or individuals to choose the school they want. And where it's been done, those schools like in Rochester, those schools that weren't chosen, find that they then compete and do better. So I think it's worth a shot. We've got a pilot program. It ought to be tried. School choice, public, private, or religious, not to the schools, but to, 46% of the teachers in Chicago, public school teachers, send their kids to private school. Now, I think we ought to try to help families and see if it will do what I think, make all schools better.
I just want to mention, if I could, just two
Very
other things.
briefly.
Very briefly. Involving the parents in the preschool education of their kids, even if they're poor and uneducated, can make a huge difference. We have a big program in my state that teaches mothers or fathers to teach their kids to get ready for school. It's the most successful thing we've ever done. Just a fact clarification real quickly. We do not spend a higher percentage of our income on public education than every other country. There are 9 countries that spend more than we do on public education. We spend more on education because we spend so much more on colleges. But if you look at public education alone and you take into account the fact that we have more racial diversity and more poverty, it makes a big difference. There are great public schools where there's public school choice, accountability, and brilliant principals. I'll just mention one, the Beasley Academic Center in Chicago. I commend it to anybody. It's as good as any private school in the country.
We have very little time left, and it occurs to me that we have talked all this time, and there has not been one question about some of the racial tensions and ethnic tensions in America. Is there anyone in this audience that would like to pose a question to the candidates on this? Yes.
What I'd like to know, and this is to any of the 3 of you, is aside from the recent accomplishments of your party, aside from those accomplishments in racial representation, and without citing any of your current appointments or successful elections, when do you estimate your party will both nominate and elect an Afro-American and female ticket to the presidency of the United States?
Governor Clinton, why don't you answer that first?
Well, I don't have any idea, but I hope it will happen sometime in my lifetime.
I do too.
I believe that this country is electing more and more African Americans and Latinos and Asian Americans who are representing districts that are themselves not necessarily of a majority of their race. The American people are beginning to vote across racial lines, and I hope it will happen more and more. More and more women are being elected. Look at all these women Senate candidates we have here. And, according to my mother, my wife, and my daughter, this world would be a lot better place if women were running it most of the time. And I do think there are special experiences and judgments and backgrounds and understandings that women bring to this process, by the way. This lady said here, how have you been affected by the economy? I mean, women know what it's like to be paid an unequal amount for equal work. They know what it's like not to have flexible working hours. They know what it's like not to have family leave or child care. So I think it would be a good thing for America if it happened, and I think it will happen in my lifetime.
Okay, I'm sorry, we have just a little bit time left. Let's try to get responses from each of them. President Bush or
I think
Mr.
if Barbara
Barrow?
Bush were running this year, she'd be elected. But it's too late. You don't want us to mention appointees, but when you see the quality of people in our administration, see how Colin Powell performed. I say administration, he's in. You weren't impressed with the fact that he...
Excuse me, I'm extremely impressed
but wouldn't
with
that suggest to the American people then, here's a quality person, if he decided that he could automatically get the nomination of either party? Or, huh?
I'm totally impressed with that. I just want to know is when's your guess
I
when?
see. You mean time?
Yeah.
I don't know. Starting after 4 years. No, I think you'll see more. I think you'll see more minority candidates and women candidates coming forward. This is supposed to be the women's year of the women in the Senate. Let's see how they do. I hope
Mr. Perot, I don't want to cut you off anymore, but we only have a minute left.
I have a fearless forecast. Unless he just won't do it, Colin Powell will be on somebody's ticket 4 years from now. Right? Yeah. Right? Hey, you wanted to, that's it. 4 years.
How about a woman?
Now, if he won't be, General Waller would be a concern. Now, you say, why do you keep picking military people? These are people that I just happen to know and have a high regard for. I'm sure there are hundreds of others.
How about Dr. Lou Sullivan?
Absolutely.
Yeah, good man.
Absolutely.
What about a woman?
Well, I told you, my candidate's back there.
Okay, I can think of many.
Many?
Absolutely.
When?
All right, how about Sandra Day O'Connor as an example? Dr. Bernadine Healy.
Good.
National Institute of Health. All right, I'll yield the floor. Name some more.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to apologize to our audience because there were 209 people here and there were 209 questions. We only got to a fraction of them, and I'm sorry to those of you that didn't get to ask your questions, but we must move to the conclusion of the program. It is time now for the 2-minute closing statements, and by prior agreement, President Bush will go first.
May I ask for an exception, because I think we owe Carol Simpson. Anybody can stand in between these three characters here and get the job done. We owe her a round of applause. So, but don't take it out of my time.
That's right.
I feel strongly about it, but I don't want it to come out of my time. No, but let me just say to the American people, in 2.5 weeks, we're going to choose who should sit in this Oval Office, who to lead the economic recovery, who to be the leader of the free world, who to get the deficit down. 3 ways to do that. One is to raise taxes. One is to reduce spending, controlling that mandatory spending. Another one is to invest and save and to stimulate growth. I do not want to raise taxes. I differ with the two here on that. I'm just not going to do that. I do believe that we need to control mandatory spending. I think we need to invest and save more. I believe that we need to educate better and retrain better. I believe that we need to export more, so I'll keep working for export agreements where we can sell more abroad. And I believe that we must strengthen the family. We've got to strengthen the family. Now let me pose this question to America. If in the next 5 minutes a television announcer came on and said, there is a major international crisis, there is a major threat to the world, or in this country, a major threat, my question is, who, if you were appointed to name one of the three of us, who would you choose? Who has the perseverance, the character, the integrity, the maturity to get the job done? I hope I'm that person. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now a closing statement from Mr. Perot.
If the American people want to do it and not talk about it, then they ought to, I'm one person they ought to consider. If they just want to keep slow dancing and talk about it and not do it, I'm not your man. I am results-oriented. I am action-oriented. I've built my businesses, getting things done in 3 months that my competitors took 18 months to do. Everybody says you can't do that with Congress. Sure, you can do that with Congress. Congress they're all good people. They're all patriots, but you got to link arms and work with them. Sure, you'll have arguments. Sure, you'll have fights. We have them all day, every day, but we get the job done. Now, I have to come back in my close to one thing, because I am passionate about education. I was talking about early childhood education for disadvantaged little children. And let me tell you one specific pilot program where children who don't have a chance go to this program when they're 3. Now we're going back to when the mother is pregnant, and they'll start right after they're born. But starting when they're 3 and going to this school until they're 9, and then going into the public school, in the 4th grade, 90% are on the honor roll. Now, that will change America. Those children will all go to college. They will live the American dream. And I beg the American people, anytime they think about reforming education, to take this piece of society that doesn't have a chance and take these little pieces of clay that can be shaped and molded and give them the same love and nurture and affection and support you give your children, and teach them that they're unique and that they're precious and there's only one person in the world like them, and you will see this nation bloom. And we will have so many people who are qualified for the top job that it will be terrific. Now, finally, if you can't pay the bills, you're dead in the water. And we have got to put our nation back to work. Now, if you don't want to really do that, I'm not your man. I'd go crazy sitting up there, slow dancing that one. In other words, unless we're going to do it, then pick somebody who likes to talk about it. Now, just remember when you think about me, I didn't create this mess. I've been paying taxes just like you. And Lord knows I've paid my share. Over $1 billion in taxes. And for a guy that started out with everything he owned in the trunk of his car, that ain't bad.
Once again.
But it's in your hands. I wish you well. I'll see you tomorrow night on NBC, 10:30 to 11 Eastern.
And finally, last but not least, Governor Clinton.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Since I suggested this format, I hope it's been good for all of you. I really tried to be faithful to your request that we answer the questions specifically and pointedly. I thought I owed that to you, and I respect you for being here and for the impact you've had on making this a more positive experience. These problems are not easy. They're not going to be solved overnight, but I want you to think about just 2 or 3 things. First of all, the people of my state have let me be their governor for 12 years because I made commitments to 2 things: more jobs and better schools. Our schools are now better. Our children get off to a better start from preschool programs and smaller classes in the early grades, and we have one of the most aggressive adult education programs in the country. We talked about that. This year, my state ranks 1st in the country in job growth, 4th in manufacturing job growth, 4th in income growth, 4th in the decline of poverty. I'm proud of that. It happened because I could work with people, Republicans and Democrats. That's why we've had 24 retired generals and admirals, hundreds of business people, many of them Republican, support this campaign. You have to decide whether you want to change or not. We do not need 4 more years of an economic theory that doesn't work. We've had 12 years of trickle-down economics. It's time to put the American people first, to invest and grow this economy. I'm the only person here who's ever balanced the government budget, and I've presented 12 of them and cut spending repeatedly. But you cannot just get there by balancing the budget. We've got to grow the economy by putting people first, real people like you. I got into this race because I did not want my child to grow up to be part of the first generation of Americans to do worse than her parents. We're better than that. We can do better than that. I want to make America as great as it can be, and I ask for your help in doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the debate sponsored by the Bipartisan Commission on Presidential Debates. I'd like to thank our audience of 209 uncommitted voters who may leave this evening, maybe being committed, and hopefully they'll go to the polls like everyone else on November 3rd and vote. We invite you to join us on the 3rd and final presidential debate next Monday, October 19th, from the campus of Michigan State University in East Lansing, Michigan. I'm Carol Simpson. Good night.
Thank you.
Well done, Carol.
Thank you.
Okay, as we get ready for this big face-off tonight between President Biden and former President Trump, of course, none of us really knows how this is going to go. Will it be very controlled? Will it be angry? Will they shake hands at first? What will they talk about? What will they say? No one can really predict that at this point. We'll leave that to the analysis after it's all said and done. One of the things, though, that we're pretty sure is going to be talked about a lot is the U.S.-Mexico border. You've already heard a lot about that, especially in the primaries and certainly here in Texas. Yolitics knows a thing or two about the border because maybe you don't know this because we don't toot our own horn very much, but Yolitics actually won Best Podcast in the Edward R. Murrow Awards. That's a very distinguished group. So, it's not just us. We're not the only ones who think that the podcast is good. Others have said that, yeah, you know a thing or two about the border because that one was all about border issues because we've been covering these extensively here on the podcast. We want to share with you right now the most recent 2 podcasts that we've done on the Texas-Mexico border. Here they are because, this might be a good primer as we go into this debate tonight.
Hey, y'all. When the polls close on Super Tuesday, join the Jasons and the whole WFAA team for a one-of-a-kind look at how Texans voted. Download the WFAA Plus streaming app on your smart TV to watch their Election Night Results Special Tuesday, March 5th.
All right, hey, everybody, we are back for another week of Yolitics, and you can keep the sunglasses
I should take them
on.
off probably, right?
Keep them on.
I didn't realize that.
We've stepped out. We haven't gone far this time, but we had to get out of the office.
Right.
It's a nice day, or at least we said that before we came outside. Here we are in February. It's what, 80 degrees today?
80 degrees, man.
I'm not ready for this.
You and me both.
Is it too early to complain about the heat?
Oh yeah, it's Texas though, right?
Yeah, but we got a couple of cold ones here today. We stopped at a legendary place
in Dallas,
called Fuel City. It's just in the shadows of downtown, right there on Riverfront, and it's very well known. It's like they used to have steers out there. Do you remember that? I don't know if they still do.
Yeah.
Oh,
are they still out there? The Longhorns are still there?
Daryl says that the Longhorns are still there outside. They've got a little bit of property there right by the Trinity River, and a bunch of gas pumps, car wash, etc. It's sort of like a Buc-ee's before, I guess Buc-ee's became a huge thing.
Right. It's kind of like the local Buc-ee's for North Texas. They're all over the place. I think there's almost a dozen of these fuel cities.
Yeah, and
so,
they're known for their tacos.
They are, and that's what you left out. Here's 2 things. So we splurged for some imports this week because of the topic we're on. So we have Victoria beer, but here's what I found out. So we're eating the tacos here next to the Loud Road next to us.
Yeah.
And I just discovered that the right on the money guy never carries cash, which is phenomenal to me.
I think I have one emergency dollar in my car, and that's it.
So guess who bought the tacos? It wasn't this guy right here.
So apparently it's smart not to carry cash because somebody else buys. It's a cash-only operation for the tacos there, and I'm having a quesadilla, you're having some tacos. Mm-hmm. So yeah, a ding on me for not having cash. A ding on Whiteley, though, because we would have recorded this at Fuel City, but we saw the sign there that said it's a misdemeanor to consume alcohol on the premises. And Whiteley says, well, I mean, what do you think? What do you think? And I go, well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not a matter of not getting caught, and it's not a matter of, are we doing the right thing or the wrong thing? We would actually be recording ourselves breaking the law, which is never smart. Yeah. No, even though it's just a misdemeanor.
I was thinking, do we sit in the car or do we do something else?
I think that's still considered on the premises.
But,
and you might be breaking a different law if we're both, sitting in a car drinking.
Open containers, exactly.
So to the patio at work it was, and we're both having Victoria, which is
Hecho in Mexico.
Hecho in Mexico. Yeah. I don't know what state that's made in there. I didn't look. At any rate, it's imported, though, out of Chicago.
From Chicago.
Interesting.
Never mind, it's right across the border. But my guess is this was driven across the border, and that's exactly what our podcast is about today.
Absolutely.
I think this is phenomenal what happened. Everyone's heard of Laredo. It's a busy port, as always. The Port of Houston's a busy port. The inland port in North Texas, just south of Dallas, is a busy one. Mm-hmm. But no one quite realizes today how busy Laredo is. They are importing more. The value of imports coming through Laredo is more than anywhere else in the country. That's phenomenal to me. We're Long Beach, New York, Houston, Seattle, you name it.
Yeah, you're used to seeing those huge cranes at the seaports in places like Long Beach and LA. Port Laredo blows that away in terms of value traded this past year. And I mean, this isn't a huge port there in Laredo, but last year, Port of Laredo saw $320 billion in trade going back and forth. The next closest one was Port of Los Angeles, which was at like $298 billion. So the Port of Laredo bested Los Angeles by 20-something billion dollars. It just gives you an idea of the staggering amount of stuff that's going back and forth across the Texas-Mexico border. It's that other thing that's coming across the Texas-Mexico border. We've been inundated lately, of course, heading into primary season, with all these ads, all these news reports of the immigration there along the border. This is the story that rarely gets told, though, of the other stuff that's coming across.
And this is not an economics podcast here by any means. This is a political podcast, and the politics around this is exactly what we're talking about today. So, the Republicans have successfully made the border their number one issue for 2024. It was for 22 and 20 and previous years as well. But more than ever before, the political attention right now is on the border and the number of people coming across who are undocumented, not necessarily asylum seekers, but people who do not have permission to be here. They're coming across.
Yeah.
So,
and this has caused some friction too.
It's caused a lot of friction
politically.
The other big thing that we're going to discuss here is that Mexico now, for the first time, has leapfrogged Canada and China, not as Texas's number one trading partner. It's been Mexico and Texas have had number one status with each other for a long time. For the United States.
Yep.
For the United States. So here we are with Mexico bringing so much value, so many jobs, and so much money to the wallets of Texans and Americans. And it's also the boogeyman in politics.
So it's sort of this tightrope that has to be walked, and there's no one better to talk to about this than Dr. Ray Perryman with the Perryman Group in Waco, I believe is where they're situated, because lawmakers in this state read the stuff that Ray Perryman and the Perryman Group puts out. They look at this stuff when they're in legislative sessions, and it actually, I think, influences some of the legislation that they work on and some of the policies that they craft. So his stuff is very credible, very widely watched. And we got Ray Perryman on the line. He's a busy guy too, so thankfully he set aside like 25 minutes for us, and we got him on the line to talk about the significance of the numbers that we're seeing, and how that plays out for all of us, and what it means for politics here in Texas. So Dr. Perryman, thanks so much for being on here with us and for putting this in easily digestible reports for us to figure out this huge impact.
Oh, my pleasure. Happy to be here.
So I wanted to talk to you about this Forbes headline that I saw a couple of days ago. It said, U.S. does more trade with Mexico in 2023 than any nation ever. I mean, that's pretty substantial when you start talking about that. Texas and Mexico have always been top trading partners with each other, but now Mexico is the U.S.'s biggest trading partner and record-setting so.
That's right. It's a big issue we ever had with any country, and historically, Mexico has been, Canada's been first, China sometimes is first. Usually Mexico, China, and Canada were always the top three, but Mexico had never been the top trading partner before for the U.S.
So Ray, how did that happen? How did Mexico leapfrog ahead of the other two?
Well, I think a couple of things happened. Number one, obviously China's had some economic difficulties, hasn't really solved some of their supply chain issues, and they've had some challenges in their economy, and so that theirs has slowed down to some extent. And then basically Mexico has just continued to grow the development, cross-border development of manufacturing firms and that sort of things continue to expand. A lot of people don't realize it, but it's quite common to see goods pass back and forth 4 or 5 times during the production process. As part of it's produced in the United States, part of it's produced in Mexico, and that sort of thing. And people don't realize just how integrated these two economies really are.
Well, how much has the Chinese nearshoring had an impact on this too? Are Chinese moving their plants closer to us over here and still, really wielding their influence?
There's a certain amount of that going on. There is some nearshoring of that type going on. We're also seeing nearshoring of other Asian countries bringing plants to Mexico as well as a few European countries, but primarily from Asia. But we are seeing that, and that does have some impact on it. I think you'll see more of that later. That process is really kind of in its infancy, but it has started to some extent.
Yeah, because these other countries, like a China, for example, they're dealing with tariffs if they try to trade directly with the U.S. from China. But if they can open up a factory in Mexico, they can stamp it with "Made in Mexico" and still be able to get in without having to deal with those tariffs. Correct?
That's right. Most goods don't have tariffs flowing back and forth between the United States and Mexico, thanks to first NAFTA and then subsequently the USMCA. We basically have free trade with Mexico, and Canada, which is very positive for the economy.
I want to put some numbers on this here too. I think $471 billion in gross product between Texas and Mexico, and 3.6 million jobs. That's a tremendous amount. When people talk about Mexico today, it's all mired in politics and what's happening on the border. But a lot of people are making money off of what's going on back and forth across the Rio Grande.
Yeah. Well, Jason, that's one reason we decided to put these numbers together, was to kind of give people a perspective on that. I mean, you're looking at, there's basically 14 million people working in Texas right now. 3.6 million of those jobs are directly or indirectly tied to the fact that we trade with Mexico. I mean, that is an enormous source of manufacturing. It's an enormous source of retail and distribution and many other factors in our economy. And I think one reason we put these numbers together was just kind of remind people that there's a lot going on right now, but don't lose sight of the underlying economics of all this.
Yeah, and you put a fine point on that too in the report. You said and this is a staggering thing to wrap your head around, about 25% of all activity in the vast Texas economy, 25% of it is tied to interactions with Mexico directly. That's pretty stunning.
It is stunning. It really is, and obviously that involves the entire supply chain and everything. But it's a huge impact, and it's developed over a long period of time. And beginning with the maquiladora programs almost 50 years ago, where we could begin to bring parts of goods back and forth across the border, the assembly process, and take advantage of the strengths of both countries. And then, of course, being accelerated with the subsequent trade agreements, and then just the overall just growth in the Texas economy itself has created a lot of opportunities for this type of dynamic expansion. But you can go back to things like, I'm sorry, you can go back to things like the Toyota plant in San Antonio, one of the key, which really brought Texas out of the doldrums in terms of economic development a number of years ago. One of the key things driving that was the fact that so many component parts could be produced in northern Mexico.
I want to loop back to something that Jason just touched on a moment ago, and that you were responding to, and just wanting to put this report out, in light of what's going on down at the border. You wanted to put this out to show that, hey, there's a lot of benefit, to these two countries having good ties here. When you say that, obviously, people like us are going to read this. Maybe some lay people will come across this on the internet and read it, people who are interested in business. How much of it was you trying to put this out there also for lawmakers as we, get ready to go into an election season here and then another legislative session here in Texas in this next year?
Well, I didn't really start out with that type of agenda. I mean, we put out a lot of information for people, and put out a lot of information that we don't charge anybody for, like this, just for public benefit. Obviously, I've been doing this a long time, and lawmakers do read a lot of our stuff, and I do get a lot of calls from them and contact from them and that sort of thing.
From both sides of the aisle too, yeah.
Absolutely, both sides of the aisle. That's the way we like for it to be. In fact, a columnist not long ago wrote a column and called me an equal opportunity offender. I guess that's a good thing.
These days it is.
You know what I like? You know what I like about the report here is that you don't sidestep the politics of what's going on down there. Sure, you talk about the huge economic benefits between the two countries, but you do talk about what's happening at the border, the current political situation down there as well. And you note the inefficiencies that has resulted in from the imports and the exports back and forth across the river there. And you talk about how this has led to notable economic losses. Slowdowns led to a loss of $1.6 billion in output and about 16,000 jobs. That's a lot to me.
And Jason, that was just in the border region. We measured those numbers just for the border region because that's where we had enough data. We felt like we could adequately measure that. I mean, that's a huge impact when you're talking about the Texas border region, and absolutely that's caused by a lot of the inefficiencies. And we didn't try to assign it to any one particular thing or anything like that. But it's just the overall process that's going on there that's slowing things down. I think there's plenty of blame to go around for everybody on that one.
Well, you know, it does sound like a lot, but politically, this issue is still red hot. At what point does the table turn and the weight shift to, okay, politics is great and this is really helping me out with whatever I'm doing politically, but this is also costing people jobs and it's costing a lot of Texans in their wallets.
Well, hopefully, what we can do with this type of information is help to get that narrative out there and change that narrative. I mean, in addition to releasing the blast that we did that you guys saw, you know, I did my syndicated column on the topic. I did my daily radio show on the topic. I mean, we're doing what we can to try to just remind people that there is a lot at stake here, in finding some real solutions and some workable solutions, and sort of trying to put the politics aside. I mean, both sides are trying to do various things in this. I think with some politics involved, no question, but there's very real economic activity at stake here.
Yeah, when you start talking about the politics of this, is this more complicated than it has been in the past, or is it more fraught than it has been in the past? You've been looking at these Texas-Mexico trade numbers since before NAFTA, and I mean that almost sounds prehistoric these days because we've got the USMCA now. We had NAFTA for many years before that, and I'm not aging any of us by saying that, but you've been doing this for a very long time. Are the politics more fraught now than they've ever been, or is this sort of business as usual?
Well, what's happened is what we haven't had in the past is this mass immigration, primarily from Central America. We haven't had that historically. And frankly, I don't think anything either party is doing right now is going to do a lot to solve that problem, because I think what we're going to have to do, and it's difficult and it's controversial, but what I think we're going to have to do is help those countries solve their problems. I mean, I put myself as a parent and a grandparent. If I had a kid who was living in a country that's had an 8-year drought, that's an agrarian country and on the verge of starving to death, or a kid who's in a country overrun by gangs that are killing kids right and left, and I have a choice of living in that environment or trying to get out of that environment, the motivation to get out of that environment transcends economics and everything else. And if you get to the border, you don't get in, you go back the next day, you face the same choice. And I mean, I think we're going to have to address the problems in those countries and try to help get something there, because most people would like to stay where they grew up and stay where they live. I mean, most people aren't looking to move to a different country, but they're under a situation where they feel like they have no choice. And I think we're going to have to address that problem, which neither party is really honing in on that right now.
Well, not to date us again here, as Wheeler said, but I mean, you know, we've seen administration after administration going back to the 80s, probably a lot further than that, try to address the you know, inequalities in a lot of these places, the economic inequalities, and it just hasn't worked. Republicans and Democrats over the years. How do you think this is going to end, this whole red hot political situation along the border?
Well, it has been difficult over the years. You know, President Reagan had some fairly significant initiatives on this. President Johnson had some fairly significant initiatives on this. I mean, it goes back a long way, and people have been trying to address this type of issue. I think that, again, I think in this situation, I think what has brought it to a head, and as Jason was saying, brings it to the to a higher level, is the sheer volume of the influx that's happened, hopefully is enough of a wake-up call to make us see we really are going to have to do something to make it where these people feel like they have a choice. I mean, I think that's their biggest issue right now. It's nothing we're doing at the border is making their choice that they face the next day at home any better. And that's why I think, again, the politics has gotten crazy, and there's a lot of back and forth and people making political hay out of it. But I think they're all trying to deal with the problem at the wrong place. I mean, I don't think the border is a place you can deal with the problem. You have to deal with it before it gets to the border.
Yeah, you know, Lopez Obrador, the current president in Mexico, has not been shy with his criticism of Governor Abbott here in Texas. You know, there's no love lost there. I'm curious, you know, when you get to that point where there's sort of some pot shots being taken back and forth and the rhetoric seems to be heating up, is this economic powerhouse along our border here, this trade back and forth, is it such a machine that it can sort of keep on rolling no matter what that's like, and if some policies are instituted and that sort of thing? Or is it possible to spoil, what has been very much responsible for the so-called Texas miracle?
Well, it would be hard to spoil it. I mean, because it has been integrated very significantly over a period of decades, but certainly you can impact it and impact the extent to which it can grow and that type of thing. And there's just so many issues here. I mean, for example, the busing issue. Busing has been a big part of migration for years. But what's normally happened is a family comes across the border, they have a relative in another state, and they try to get a bus ticket to go start a life. And sometimes governments have subsidized those, and that's actually worked pretty well. The difficulty is when you just put a group on a bus and don't announce where you're going and that type of thing, and people don't have the advance warning or the mechanisms to take care of them, is where it gets to be a problem. But dispersing this around the country has been part of effective immigration strategy for many years. It's just the way it's being done in this hot political environment right now that makes it difficult. But again, I don't think that it's likely to totally derail the trade. But we've already seen these slowdowns do have an impact. As I say, we measured the one in the border at over $1.6 billion in output so far in the border, 16,000 jobs in that region. I mean, that gets to be significant pretty quickly.
Ray, you do put out a lot of data that you don't charge for. We appreciate that. Our budget's pretty slim here at Y'all-itics. But what's your message to Texans on this issue? My last question here for you. What do you want to tell Texans when it comes to this?
Well, I think a couple of things. First of all, we've had a long-standing history of immigration back and forth from Mexico, and we actually rely on that workforce. The workforce, that the people who come from Mexico, who live in Mexico, who come to work, are basically about 10% of the Texas workforce. It's 40% of our construction workforce. It's 40% of our agricultural workforce. It's 30% of our hospitality workforce. We don't have an economy without those folks. The trade is very important. And I think this other issue, I wish we could just step back from the economics and the politics and really look at it from a humanitarian perspective, because I think that's the only way we're ultimately going to solve this, is to recognize we have to do something that makes it not imperative for these people to try to get here. And the problem starts and should end well before it gets to the border.
Well, I think it's stunning when you put it into context like that as to how many of those crucial jobs are being performed by people who've been coming across. Have you heard from any lawmakers after putting this out by chance?
Let me think. I don't think I've heard from anybody specifically about this one. It would be more likely that would happen during a session or something like that.
Or maybe after this podcast is.
Should we get somebody on the line here? We can bring somebody up here if you want us to.
Certainly after this podcast. So I don't need any help, guys.
My last thing for you, Ray, is at this point, this obviously benefits both sides. Who needs whom more? Is there one side that needs the other more at this point? And is that in jeopardy of changing at any point?
Now, are you talking about politically or
for this trade? I mean, this trade is benefiting both sides. Is there one side that needs the other more?
Well, the trade is clearly benefiting both countries tremendously, and Texas is actually a net exporter to Mexico, and so we get more net benefit if you just take the dollars and cents of it. Mexico is not as rich a country as the United States and not as prosperous a country. So obviously the importance to Mexico, particularly to northern Mexico, is probably in relative terms a little more important, but it's vital. I mean, when you stop and think about it, I mean, we're talking about 8 million jobs in the United States. We have 150 million or so jobs. That's a big chunk. You're talking about, again, a quarter of the economic activity in Texas. These are very, very big numbers. And I think both countries have strong case and strong need to keep the trade vital and keep the trade efficient and keep the trade growing.
Dr. Perryman,
before we let you go, Wheeler's question led to one more here.
This always happens, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure you're seeing the ads and probably getting the mailers and the text messages, these political things right now leading up to March 5th. When you see all this noise about the border, what's your reaction as a Texan, as somebody who studies this?
Well, I wish we could get away from it. I mean, I wish we need to be focusing on really solving the problem. And again, I'm not a legal scholar. I'm not any of those things. But to me, regulating our borders almost has to be a federal function. I mean, I stop and think about how would we have a country if every state had different rules about immigration and that sort of thing. So
it's being tested, though.
Yeah, I know it's being tested, and that kind of, I mean, I think about that, but I wish we could divorce it from the politics and get back to the real issues and try to solve this and help the people who are being hurt by it, as well as help the economy, assure that we can grow and prosper. There's major investments in improving infrastructure and Eagle Pass right now and that sort of thing that need to go forward, that need to happen. Private capital that wants to come in there. There's all sorts of things that could really improve the trade situation dramatically if we could solve those problems. So when I see that stuff, I mean, and I see, you see it from both sides of different things, but I hate to see it come down to those kinds of issues and those kinds of sound bites and that sort of thing that I don't think really help us solve the problem from either side.
Dr. Perryman, thanks for taking the time to walk us through this. Thanks for putting this report together. I think that it's something that Texans should read. I mean, it's a huge impact on this economy here. And again, after, as Jason was saying, we've all been seeing those ads and getting those mailers. It's important to remember the other stuff that's coming across that border too every day and what it's doing for this state.
That's exactly right. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity.
So Ray Perryman, really giving us sort of the master class in what the numbers are looking like. I didn't mention, and both of our hometown, sort of, I mean, you adopted it as a hometown, Houston. Houston leads the country as of 2023 in tonnage. So Port of Laredo leads in value of trade. The Port of Houston leads in tonnage of trade. And you know what? All that stuff arrives in both of those places, and then guess what? Those trucks make their way through the state, and I did a piece on this several months ago. They sort of project out what these arteries are going to look like in Texas, and I mean they just get bigger and bigger as the years go because we're going to see more and more of this truck traffic.
Our freeways are getting bigger and bigger in the future?
Well, that's at least what the projections say. I don't know if it's really true.
Wow.
And that's why you see all these warehouses popping up too, because all that stuff's got to be stored before it's sent out to other places.
So then now's the time to be in the warehouse business.
Absolutely. It's not a bad place to be.
It's fascinating to pull the politics out for a moment and just look at the raw numbers here and what Mexico means. And a lot of folks want to make Mexico out to be the bad guy here, that Mexico's not, could be doing more to prevent the flow of humanity coming north through their country.
We have seen a little bit of a change there, though, in the last month or two.
We have, but just like the president of Mexico said recently, no one's going to stop migration. No. Put as many walls and fences, rivers, whatever you want there. It's not going to stop.
Go anywhere in the world. They're dealing with this anywhere in the world.
But to see what Mexico means to Texas and to the United States, to jobs in Texas, 16,000 jobs impacted because of the politics on the border. Not
created
by and impacted, because the inefficiencies.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. Taken away, actually.
But the millions of dollars that our politics is stopping in trade, in the imports and exports.
Because of the slowdowns that happen. It really is fascinating. We hope that you got as much out of this as we do. I just thought this was extraordinary when I saw these numbers, and I thought, we got to get Dr. Perryman on, and thankfully he took our call there.
Right.
Hey, listen, we know that we've got the big election coming up, speaking of the border, because that's what all those commercials and ads are about right now. And wherever you are in Texas, if you want to see the best coverage on election night, Super Tuesday, the primary, March 5th, we've got the place for you. This is a place that even the lawmakers, we hear it all the time from lawmakers in Austin, that this is what they watch on election night.
Right.
And if you've got a smart TV and you can put apps on your smart TV, like you can put YouTube on there or any of those sorts of things, look on there for WF as in Frank, AA, WFAA Plus, okay? And get that app on there. We're going to be on that app on election night, Super Tuesday, March 5th, starting just before the polls close at about 6:45, 6:50 p.m. And we'll take you all through the night. We're going to cover everything.
And we're covering all things Texas. So, on election night, a lot of times people go to maybe one of the cable networks or one of the national networks. They cover the national view. We're covering Texas only, breaking down the vote in all 254 counties to see how these races are going to go, the Republican race and the Democratic race as well.
Actually, it's almost the Republican race, and the Democratic race.
Yeah.
Because there's some fractures
Two
in the
Republican parties
Party,
right now.
and it's going to be really interesting on election night to see, this horse race, like which side of the party or which, main politician, because you've got Governor Abbott,
Right.
endorsing some people, and that's at odds in some cases with, Ken Paxton's endorsement of some people. It's going to be an interesting night to see where the party goes from here.
And to see what the party looks like at the end of the day after March 6th. So WFAA Plus, you can watch the live stream of all Texas results, and that is on Apple TV. It's on Roku
and Amazon
Fire. And then to watch any of these episodes that we record next time, we might be a little quieter, hopefully somewhere it's a little cooler as well, that's air conditioned. But you can watch these anytime on YouTube. They come out Wednesday morning, and our podcast, as always, comes out on Sunday morning.
We better get out of here before this big truck goes
It
by
sounds
here.
rough.
I know of one viewer who's going to be really not happy about this noise. She works with us.
Yeah.
She's one of our big bosses.
We've had her on before, and why
Yeah.
she lets us continue this podcast.
She hates the noise in the background. Or maybe it's the noise in the foreground.
Yeah,
that's
maybe it's
bothering
us
her.
that
Maybe
she
it's
hates.
us.
Who knows? Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for listening, as always, to Politics. We appreciate it, and get ready for Election Day. Don't forget, you can still go vote up until Friday, the 2nd of March.
Yeah, early. And then you can vote, of course, on Election Day.
Yep.
And then, again, WFAA Plus on Election Night.
Hey guys, welcome back to Politics. We are at a new place today. We haven't been here before. This is Oak Highlands Brewery. This is northeast Dallas, kind of on the southern edge of Garland. We were trying to figure out if it's Dallas or Garland, but I think we're still technically in the People's Republic of Dallas as far as the post office is concerned here.
Yeah.
You're already drinking. It's about 8:15 in the morning. Wheeler, what are you having, man?
Just for the record, so are you already. I'm having the Fest beer, which they've got that sitting next to the Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
But they told me that Fest beer is actually the one that is served at Oktoberfest in Germany.
Interesting, because
It's
they have
not
an Oktoberfest.
the Oktoberfest beer.
So it's not a
Fest beer.
Marzen. It's a lighter beer than that.
Sure.
You know what's interesting about that is
I think
that-
what you said's right.
Well, Wheeler passed up several fruity beers they have on the menu too. There's a strawberry beer and a jalapeno beer. So this is going to be a really interesting podcast.
Yeah, I don't know that jalapeno beer counts as a fruity beer.
I'm having a
Just for the record.
True. I'm having Tejano Pecano. It's a native Texas pecan.
That sounds sweet.
beer. It's not sweet at all.
Oh,
It's kind of like the what's that British beer? The pecan beer.
I don't know.
Or nut beer. I don't know.
You got me on that one. You got me on British pecan beer trivia this morning.
Listen, we don't do a lot of book reviews on
Mm-hmm.
our podcast here. If you listen, you know that. But this is a presidential election year, and there aren't a lot of folks who seem to be that excited about this rematch. Now, people on both sides of the camps are really excited about their candidate, but I think the 30% in the middle may not be terribly excited about this.
I think even some people on both sides in their camps are not excited
Yeah,
about this one. Too.
I think that's fair too. But today, let's go ahead and welcome in our guest. It's Talmadge Boston. He is a historian, an author, and an attorney.
Yeah.
So Wheeler thinks he has the busiest job around, but
I do.
I think Talmadge is busier than that because this morning at 4:45, I got an email from you. And I felt like I was really delayed responding to it at 6:04 in the morning. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Well, before I judge who's busier here, were you going to bed at 4:45 or getting up?
I was up.
Oh, okay, then you're busier than I am. I'm likely to send an email at that time because I'm going to bed at that time. But anybody who's getting up and starting work at that hour, okay, hats off to you.
Here's the book. It's How the Best Did It. It's leadership lessons from our top presidents.
Yeah.
And before we get too deep into it, let's give some background on Talmadge here. You've been practicing law since 1978, I read.
Coming up on 46 years, all in Dallas, Texas.
Wow. Man, congratulations on that. You're currently a partner at Shackelford, Bowen, McKinley, and Norton LLP. You've written 5 books. And this one is your most recent one.
And you're in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, or Baseball Hall of Fame, which I find fascinating because you are a sports writer as well. You get into all kinds of history.
Well, my first 2 books were baseball history books, and that's where my true love started as far as writing for publication. But after I finished the second, I realized I'd written about everything in baseball that I really cared about, and so I was ready to move on. So my third book was on legal history, and my last 2 books have been on presidential history, and that's really where my passion lies these days, and I suspect it's where it's going to stay.
Yeah, and there's so much to say in this realm, and I really like what you've done with this too, because this is not just a history book. Let's look back and talk about some people who have served in this highest office. This is sort of a how-to book for becoming a better leader. It talks about the different qualities for each one of 8 former presidents, and what it was that set them apart, that made them great. And it's stuff that the rest of us could incorporate in our own lives, and God knows some of us need to, Whiteley, to become better leaders too. And you go through Washington, Lincoln, Jefferson, both Roosevelts, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Reagan in this. And it's fascinating when you can break out each one of them and take a look at each one of those individual presidents. And we talked about this. A lot of people have their own thoughts about some of these former presidents. And they'll think, well, I might disagree with you, what you wrote on that. Why are you the expert? Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I chose these 8 presidents, who I call our 8 greatest presidents, largely on the basis of the C-SPAN presidential ranking poll. Every time one president leaves the White House and a new one comes in, C-SPAN does a presidential ranking poll, and the people who get to vote in the poll are our 150 leading historians. And they vote on the presidents from best to worst based on 10 presidential leadership categories. The last 2 times they've done the poll, 2017 when Obama left and Trump came in, 2021 when Trump left and Biden came in, the results of the C-SPAN poll were identical for the top 9. Number 1, Lincoln. Number 2, Washington. 3, FDR. 4, Theodore Roosevelt. 5, Eisenhower. 6, Truman. 7, Jefferson. 8, Kennedy. 9, Reagan. The only tweak that I made on the C-SPAN poll, I think Truman is overrated. I think Reagan is underrated. Truman got us into Korea and didn't know how to get us out. Truman did not deal effectively with McCarthyism and the Red Scare. Eisenhower solved both of those problems. Truman gets some credit for dropping the A-bombs and bringing a quick end to World War II. I think that was a no-brainer. There's no way he wasn't going to drop the bombs. Otherwise, we're going to have to invade Japan and lose hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives. That wasn't going to happen. The best thing that ever happened to Harry Truman was David McCullough wrote a biography of him that won the Pulitzer. And that's a big part of why he's ranked so highly. So anyway, but the other reason is that in this presidential election year, I want my book to be appealing to both Democrats and Republicans. So I have a good balance in the modern era: 2 great Democratic presidents, FDR and JFK, 2 great Republican presidents, Eisenhower and Reagan. And it's also a statement toward our polarization today, and that is, I want Democrats to recognize we've had some great Republican presidents, and I want Republicans to recognize we've had some great Democratic presidents. And so anyway, that's how I picked my 8. Some people may wonder, well, why should I believe a Dallas lawyer's conclusions about presidential leadership? And the short answer is, when I finished with each of my 8 chapters on the 8 presidents, I sent them to at least 2 major biographers of that president, who I've done many programs with, interviewed on their past books. They know me well, I know them. And I said, did I miss something? Did I misstate something? Can you give me your tweaks? Do you disagree with anything I've said? And I got their tweaks, and I inputted them into the final version that went to the publisher. So the conclusions in this book have been thoroughly vetted by the country's leading presidential historians, including 3 Pulitzer Prize winners: John Meacham, Doris Kearns Goodwin, Annette Gordon Reed, as well as Doug Brinkley, Mark Upton Grove, Ronald White, Will M. Bowden, and David Stewart.
Did any disagree at all?
None of them disagreed. None of them said you missed something.
Yeah.
Or you missed some of them had some fine-tuning points that I incorporated, but nothing major, and no errors found. And my process was, since I'm still a full-time lawyer, I don't have time to go to these presidential libraries and dig through these original letters in illegible cursive handwriting.
Sure.
The good news is I don't have to do that, because that's been done by these other biographers who are essentially full-time biographers. So my process was, for each of these presidents, I took the leading 6 to 8 biographies of those presidents, and I read them thoroughly, and I compared notes, and there really wasn't much conflict in terms of what were these presidents' most important leadership traits that cause them to be successful. And that's what's in each of my chapters, typically an average of 3 traits per president for a total of 24 traits over the 8 presidents, no duplication. And so knowing that I was relying on our most esteemed biographers of these presidents.
You felt confident?
I felt very confident.
Yeah. Well, let me ask about one review on there. It's a fellow author, George Washington biographer, David O. Stewart, and he said something interesting that really resonated with me, because people know these presidents. People have studied these presidents. They know their exploits. They know what they've done well, etc. But David points out about your book, he says, Talmadge Boston demonstrates rare gifts in sifting gold nuggets from the endless gravel beds of known facts about 8 leading presidents and delivering them concisely and persuasively. Jason laid out the presidents: FDR, Eisenhower, JFK, Ronald Reagan, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Teddy Roosevelt as well. You said 3 traits per president. Let's go through the list here. Give me one or so off the top. Let's start with, we'll start at the top. George Washington. What did he do that really you highlighted here?
Well, since I wrote the Washington chapter first, there's actually more of his traits than there are toward the back of the book, again, to avoid repetition. But the first trait I identify was he learned from his mistakes. George Washington didn't start out that great in the French and Indian War when he was serving in the British Army trying to defeat the French. He was guilty of over-promoting himself or trying to over-promote himself, and he was rejected time and again. He learned his lesson. For the rest of his life, he was never a self-promoter, which was an essential trait that allowed him to be chosen unanimously to lead our army in the Revolutionary War, unanimously to be the chairman of the Constitutional Convention, and unanimously for both his first and his second term. So learning from his mistakes. Obviously, we think of George Washington, we think of the cherry tree fable.
Sure.
Dad chopped down the cherry tree, I cannot tell a lie. It was a fable, but it was absolutely true. He was a man of the highest integrity, total credibility, and so whatever he said, you could take his words to the bank.
How about Jefferson?
Jefferson was not a great public speaker. One of the interesting jewels in my research was that during his 8 years as president, he gave a grand total of 2 speeches. Wow. His 2 inaugural addresses were the only speeches he gave.
In 8 years?
In 8 years.
Whoa.
But Jefferson came to the presidency right after John Adams' presidency, where the country was getting dangerously divided, such that Adams, a Federalist, and the Congress was controlled by the Federalists. During that presidency, they passed the Sedition Act, which made it a crime punishable by incarceration for anybody to criticize President Adams or any Federalist policy. Fortunately, that statute terminated at the end of Adams' presidency, but that was the nation that Jefferson was coming into, incredibly divided, such that in his first inaugural address at the very beginning, he said, look, folks, we are all Federalists, we are all Republicans, we are all Americans, and we better start thinking that way or this country isn't going to last. And so he then proceeded over the next 8 years, because he wasn't a great public speaker, but he was a great interpersonal persuader. By the time he was president, he was already a widower. And so 2 to 3 times every week for 8 years, he would get together dinners of between 10 and 20 people, Republicans, Federalists, people who didn't like each other. He had a ground rule. We are not going to talk about the hot button political issues. We're going to talk about what we do for a living, what our families are like, history, literature, music, and over time, you don't get that on the first dinner, the third dinner, or the sixth dinner, but over time the walls started coming down and rapport was developed. And there's 2 important political adages that still apply today. One, politics is all about relationships. If you have great interpersonal relationships, you're going to be likely to be more successful in politics. And the second is, if somebody likes you, they're more inclined to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I like that Jefferson policy. We've been trying to do that with Thanksgiving and Christmas, just with the family. Like, come to this dinner
at your
and
house?
No one talk about politics. Yeah, but it hasn't worked yet.
I'd like to be invited to that one.
We're getting
there. I think I know Lincoln's, but tell us what you found, because these gold nuggets are fascinating about Jefferson.
Well, when I got to Lincoln, since he was so virtuous and is recognized as our greatest president, an argument could be made that Lincoln had all 24 of the traits covered in this book, and no other president comes close to that. But the traits that I identified that I thought had not been fully appreciated before. One was his magnanimity, which means he was forgiving. He didn't take the bait. He stayed above the fray. And that was important, obviously, during the Civil War. But
and
he
after,
had, well, of course, there wasn't but a month between the end of the Civil War and when he got assassinated. But he had his famous team of rivals cabinet, who there was always some tension there, and he made sure he kept his eye on the ball. We got to reunite the country. We got to abolish slavery. We got to win the Civil War. So he didn't get bogged down in interpersonal strife with his cabinet. He had some smart aleck Union generals who were insulting to him, most notably George McClellan. He wouldn't take the bait with him. His wife was a very difficult person. She woke up every day thinking of ways to make new enemies and to undermine him. And yet again, he didn't get bogged down with marital strife issues. So he stayed above the fray. And then secondly, equanimity, calm. Can you imagine being president of the United States when 750,000 people are killed and millions are injured, many suffer amputations, just dealing with the stress that this is all happening on my watch. And yet he never panicked, never got visibly angry to any group, and kept his head on achieving the goals and showing us how to lead from an emotional intelligence standpoint among everybody who he was interacting with, but also from an eloquent standpoint. His famous speeches, Gettysburg Address, second inaugural address, the most eloquent president we've ever had.
And the weight that was on his shoulders was just extraordinary.
Let's skip ahead to the two partisans that people would probably know a lot more about. John F. Kennedy, Ronald Reagan. Because they're both revered in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. What are the leadership traits that you pulled out of there that can be applied to anyone reading the book?
Well, Kennedy was president for less than 3 years before he was killed, 1,000 days. And so you think, well, how could somebody be rated so high who was president for such a short period of time? Well, the answer is, during his 1,000 days, he did many great things. So much of what we've read in recent years is about the dark side, the serial philanderer, taking the drugs from Dr. Feelgood, things like that. But the truth of the matter is, in terms of what he did as president, for the most part, he was a great president. You say, okay, so what did he do? One, he was our youngest elected president. He was 43 years old. And anybody who's ever studied what he did in Congress before he became president realized he was a playboy. He didn't know anything. He didn't sponsor any major bills. He wasn't involved in any foreign policy. He wasn't anything. And so all of a sudden, he's young, he's charismatic, he knows how to project on television better than anybody before and arguably since. And so he wins. And then all of a sudden he wakes up the next day and says, oh, now what do I do? I've got to come up with an economic policy and a fiscal policy, which he knows nothing about. So he immediately surrounds himself with the country's leading economic thinkers, Walter Heller and James Tobin, and they become his Council of Economic Advisors. And he studies economics and fiscal policy nonstop, and in less than a year decides what the country must do, because it was in an economic plateau during the last 2 years of Eisenhower's presidency. Somebody needed to revive the economy, and Kennedy decided he'd go with the Keynesians, and it worked, and the economy took off. So incredible growth in a short period of time in grasping what became and implementing a very sound economic policy. Second, foreign policy. He'd been president a grand total of 3 months when we had the disastrous Bay of Pigs fiasco, an international humiliation where the CIA-trained insurgents went to the Bay of Pigs and were immediately seized by Castro's army, and it was just humiliating that we would be a part of such a ridiculous strategy. But he learned his lesson. He learned, hey, I did this because I relied on the so-called military experts. They thought this was going to work. I learned I shouldn't rely on them as a knee-jerk proposition. So 18 months later, when we have the Cuban Missile Crisis, he's learned his lesson, and he's not listening with a knee-jerk response during the Cuban Missile Crisis. He comes up with his own strategy. The experts were saying, you got to invade Cuba, you got to bomb Cuba. He's saying, no. We end up implementing a blockade which stops Soviet ships from sending any more missiles into Cuba. And then he begins intensive negotiations with Khrushchev, which leads to a trade. We took our missiles out of Turkey. They took their missiles out of Cuba. No lives were lost, and thereby World War III and nuclear holocaust was prevented. And then third, in the area of personal growth, civil rights. The first 2 years of his presidency, he did basically nothing because he's already thinking about, well, I want to get reelected in 1964, and to do that, I've got to carry the South, and the Southern Democrats are bigots, so that's why he froze for 2 years. But then, as he sees the Birmingham riots, where Sheriff Bull Connor is pouring the fire hoses on the black children and releasing the vicious attack dogs on the black adults, and it's all on national TV, and Kennedy recognizes, I can no longer do nothing. I've got to step up, and he persuaded America that this was not a political issue anymore, it was a moral issue. And so he submitted to Congress for the first time a strong civil rights bill, which he was killed before it went through. Fortunately, his successor, Lyndon Johnson, pushed it through and succeeded, and it became the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So incredible personal growth that all resulted in great results as far as the economy went, foreign policy went, and civil rights went. Second major trait, calm in a crisis, which is thoroughly discussed in the context of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And then third, his words inspired deeds. It's one thing for a president to be eloquent. It's something else when his eloquence actually causes good things to happen. Kennedy, in his first inaugural, asked not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. A couple of weeks later, he implements the Peace Corps. Tens of thousands of young America go abroad, enhance our public relations around the world. A year later, the space program, the moonshot, the speech at Rice Stadium. We choose to go to the moon in this decade, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. It's going to show how strong and smart we are, and we're going to do it. And we did. And then, of course, his speech on civil rights right after Birmingham, where he's saying, this is a moral issue. We've all got to get involved. We can't delay anymore. So those were Kennedy's traits. As far as Reagan goes, what I didn't fully appreciate until doing the research was what an unbelievable optimist he was. And it's one thing to be an optimist, it's something else to inspire optimism in your organization. And that's what he did. He grew up poor. His father was a hopeless alcoholic. His mother was a saint, thank goodness, and inspired him to do good things. But there was nothing about his growing up years that would cause anybody to be an optimist. But coming in the aftermath of the disastrous Jimmy Carter presidency, where we'd had double-digit inflation, high unemployment, low economic growth, long gas lines, and hostages that we couldn't get out of Iran, America was in a state of malaise, and up steps Reagan. We're going to be a shining city on the hill. We can do it. He gets elected, and lo and behold, he turns the economy around. He wins the Cold War. He revives the nation's self-confidence. So he had this optimism, can do, but he also had the long-term vision, which he stuck with and ultimately implemented, that produced those great results.
Let's close out the other three, and we'll start with FDR, who, interestingly, we were talking about this beforehand, Reagan was a huge fan of FDR as he was growing up.
Well, FDR was truly a great communicator, and Reagan's nickname, of course, was the Great Communicator. But FDR was great talking to the masses. He was also great on the radio with his calm conversational style. Eloquence to inspire people to be more hopeful about their conditions during the Great Depression, to be more hopeful about the prospects for us winning World War II. This was the time we needed that kind of voice to lead America. But FDR's other great gifts were what he did to know the public sentiment. And I don't just mean parts of the American people, I mean all parts. He was constantly having live press conferences open to any and all questions. Don't we wish we had that today? He wasn't afraid of any questions. He wanted to know what was on their minds. Both he and his wife Eleanor were always, or Eleanor in particular, traveling around the country. What did people in Arizona think? What did people in Michigan think? What did people in Rhode Island think? He wanted to know that.
She was sort of the voter whisperer, wasn't she?
That's right. I mean, well said. Yeah. Well said. That's exactly what she was. And he was very strong about wanting to hear what the leaders of both political parties had to say. And public opinion polls were a newly emerging factor in politics, and he paid close attention to them. So any and all information that could help him understand the public sentiment was essential. And you have to know what the sentiment is before you can think about, well, how am I going to move it? And in particular, during the late 30s and early 40s, when Hitler's reign of terror was going on, most Americans were stuck in isolationism. They didn't want to go to war halfway around the world. They'd done that 20 years before. They didn't want to do it again. And so, but Roosevelt said, no, this Hitler guy's for real.
Yeah.
And if we don't get involved, Churchill and Britain aren't going to be able to beat him. And he's going to take over Europe, Asia, Africa, the high seas. He's going to be coming to the United States. We can't wait that long. So in his fireside chats, one at a time, incrementally, he got the needle moved on public opinion, such that by the time 1941 and Pearl Harbor rolled around, America was ready to go to war. We knew we had to do this to save ourselves as well as save the world.
You said that I word there, incrementally, and I've thought that with several of these men that you discuss in the book is, we think of them as coming in with these huge ideas and these ambitions and this agenda, and they push it forward. Over and over again, though, you see in history, even, with the likes of Lincoln, there are critics now who say, well, he should have done more. He should have come out, against slavery from the very beginning. A lot of these men did things incrementally because they read the room and said, I want to do this, or I think this is the right thing, but the country's not going to go for that. They had to do it piecemeal.
I mean, when you think about it, it's basic human psychology. If the head of your television station said, this is what we're going to do, without giving you any background, without giving you time to process it and reflect it and understand what this ultimate strategy is all about, he's just imposing a directive. Well, you go, that's unpleasant. But if somebody will say, okay, folks, I know where you are, I know what you're thinking, but I want you to be thinking about something else. For example, in the fireside chat, instead of saying, I'm coming to talk to you tonight about the need for us to get involved in a war, he knew they didn't want to hear that. But he said, I'm coming to talk to you tonight about the issue of national security. That's a softer word, and obviously everybody wants national security. And then subsequently, on a later fireside chat, he says, look, pull out your atlas. You see where Hitler is? I'm assuming you have some grasp of the power of weapons these days. He's on the verge of gaining a foothold in the Western Hemisphere. And so if we just stay behind, he's going to get that foothold and he'll be ready to attack us. I don't think anybody wants that. So again, as you say, Jason, it's about incremental as a way of getting people to buy in toward your ultimate conclusion.
It's a long game, definitely. And then finally, the other Roosevelt, too, Teddy Roosevelt, who famously recruited the Rough Riders from the hotel bar in San Antonio.
We think of Theodore Roosevelt, when we think of those Rough Riders, when we think about the Spanish-American War and battlefield glory, because he talked about that a lot. He wanted everybody to think of him in those terms. And yet, as I cover in the Theodore Roosevelt chapter, he was incredible. He was an incredibly great diplomat, peacemaker. He started out year one of his presidency, the Great Coal Strike, 1902. Coal miners are on strike. Months go by, no progress in working out a deal with the owners. No American president had ever been involved in a labor dispute before. Theodore Roosevelt says, if I don't get involved, the winter's coming. We're going to have half the country freezing to death because there's no coal. So he gets in, he brings the sides together, he leans on both sides, he brainstorms possible ways of finding common ground. They come up with something in terms of them agreeing to binding arbitration, problem solved, nobody freezes to death.
It really was an expansion of the presidency, wasn't it?
Big time.
And he was known for that.
Well, and that was one of the first things he did to expand the presidency. But because of the success with the coal strike, next thing you know, Japan and Russia are at war. They can't bring an end to it. They say, hey, President Roosevelt, could you come see if maybe you can get peace with us the way you did with the coal strike workers? And he does. And for it, he wins the Nobel Peace Prize. So an incredibly gifted peacemaker, mediator. But as you say also, he did expand the presidency, not just in terms of labor disputes, but obviously our national parks and national wildlife refuges and busting trusts and getting the Panama Canal. So he was expanding it in ways that were good for the country, that made us better both at home and abroad.
An incredibly smart president, too. We left out one, by the way, who tends to get left out a lot, I think, and that's Eisenhower.
Oh.
Yeah. Eisenhower, he's rated number 5, and that's...
You just don't hear a lot of people say much about Eisenhower.
Well, Harry Truman once said it takes 50 years for the dust to settle. to figure out what the ultimate legacy was. And it took a while to kick in on Eisenhower's greatness. But when you realize that for his 8 years, the first thing he did was he brought an end to the Korean War, which Truman couldn't do. He then dealt with McCarthyism and came up with a strategy that gave McCarthy enough rope to hang himself, which he did in the Army McCarthy hearings. And from that point on, it's peace and prosperity. People in the media and other politicians thought, oh, this is this old guy, he plays too much golf. Other people are running the government. He's kind of a background figure. When his papers were finally released to scholars a few years after his presidency, they realized, no, he was in the big middle of everything. He was the decision maker. He was the smartest guy in the room. He is responsible for all these years of peace and prosperity. And so that's why it took time, but over time, for the last two C-SPAN polls, he's been ranked number 5.
Let me ask you about another president that I've always thought of as having some leadership qualities. LBJ, another Texan. Civil Rights Act, you mentioned how, obviously it was started with President Kennedy, but he to get that passed, he gave up Southern Democrats to the Republican Party, and they're still in the Republican Party today. And then he goes on to say, I shall not accept, and I will not seek, I shall not accept another term for president. He gave up the most powerful job in the world. What do you think about him?
Well, you would say he gave it up. In fact, he was pushed out. His life had become unbearable because of the Vietnam War. So in the 2017 C-SPAN poll, Reagan was ranked 9th, LBJ 10th. In the 2021 poll, believe it or not, Reagan 9th, Obama 10th, LBJ 11th. I think Obama's ranking is going to come down. Per Truman, it takes a while for the dust to settle.
Do you think he'll rank higher over time, or?
No, lower.
Lower, okay.
I mean, there's nothing good about his foreign policy. There wasn't much good about his domestic policy. He was eloquent, although unlike Kennedy and the others, his words didn't really inspire the country to do great things. There was no scandal. He always handled himself very professionally. But back to LBJ, the scar of Vietnam is a scar that will not go away, that will never elevate. As great as the civil rights and other programs, some of which were great, some of which didn't work at all and were disastrous. But Vietnam, I truly believe, and I think anybody who studied, was a question that had no answers, what to do about it. There was no obvious, clear policy to be followed that would have resulted in a great result. So the fact that he couldn't figure it out, he made the decision to escalate, it was a disaster, but so many people, I think, would have done the same thing. There's an open question as to whether Kennedy would have done the same thing had he not been assassinated. But where it really comes down on LBJ is throughout the Vietnam War, he is repeatedly lying to the American people. And for that's a hard one to forgive, and to think somebody should be elevated who's been in the business of consistently lying to the American people about the war that we're involved in.
When you go through this stuff as deeply as you did, do you get the sense, because on the surface it looks like in some of these cases, that these men were almost chosen for their time, that they had the perfect fit, the perfect characteristics for what was required of them?
And that's when there's magic, when you have the right person at the right time. Unfortunately, for the most part, they're not consecutive. In fact, none of them were consecutive. And so we sit here today in 2024 and we think about today's candidates. And in fact, the great American middle right now is not 30%, it's 70% who don't want either of these two candidates. One of these two guys is going to win. We just hope the country survives these 4 years, and then hopefully we'll have a new batch of younger leaders who will have these, at least some of these 24 leadership traits.
Is that hyperbole, though, hoping the country will survive?
No, that's my personal thought, because as I've said in my Dallas Morning News editorials, I regard both of them with each passing day. One of them becomes more cognitively dysfunctional, the other becomes more psychologically unhinged. I think they are equally dangerous, and the prospect of either of them having a second term is not something that I look to favorably. And in my conversations with other leading journalists and historians, I don't think anybody is looking to the next 4 years with a sense of optimism with either of these two most recent presidents at the helm.
Talmadge, we've been hearing that democracy is on the line with this vote. We heard that the last time around as well. Knowing what you know after all of the research that you've done on these 8 greats, as you say, how much does the characteristics of one man threaten a whole idea of democracy? Is it possible for one man with the wrong characteristics to take down democracy?
I think it is possible. I mean, you know, Huey Long came close, and of course, not in the United States, but Hitler and now Putin. I mean, demagogues have very influential power on those who are susceptible to that type of approach. So every 4 years, everybody says, "Oh, this is the most important election in history." That goes without saying. That's what people always see. But between this choice of these two, with Biden, who'd be 82 on Inauguration Day, and his Vice President Kamala Harris, who has demonstrated she doesn't have a clue about what it would take to, if she had to step into Biden's shoes, which is certainly a possibility at his age. And then, of course, Trump, election denial, January 6th, indictments all over the place. Again, to repeat myself, this is a very dangerous time, and whoever people decide to vote for, we got to go into it with our eyes open, recognizing real danger here. And so hopefully our Supreme Court will continue to enforce the laws. Hopefully we'll have a strong Congress who can provide this balance of power to make sure that the executive branch does not take control.
But you see them as equally dangerous. Would you
Yes.
even cast a vote?
At this point, I tell people, if I vote for somebody for president and that president wins, then I necessarily must take responsibility for that person's presidency. And I am unwilling to take responsibility for either of these two. I'm going to let other people do that and vote and accept the choice you make. And if that person wins, you're responsible. And maybe that president in his second term is going to pleasantly surprise all of us, and nobody be happier about that than I would be.
But I think about how divided we are in this country right now, and I wondered as I was preparing and thinking about your book here, and I thought, is there the possibility of another great president again? Are we too divided? Will we ever be able to, a lot of us agree that this is a great president who's in there now. But then I thought about it, and a lot of these men served at times that were horribly divided as well, and they probably thought the same thing then. Like, oh, we're too divided to agree on this.
But they emerged, and so to your point, I mean, I was hoping No Labels was going to produce a candidate who would be a unity candidate, and I wrote Dallas Morning News editorials saying that. I thought Nikki Haley is potentially a great president, and I was sorry that she didn't win in the Republican primaries. I thought Ben Sasse, the former senator from Nebraska, had everything it took to become a great president. But he quit the Senate, and he's now the head of the University of Florida. So there are great younger leaders on the American scene, but unfortunately, the Democrats, for whatever reason, won't put anybody else up, despite all the flaws in both Biden and Harris. And obviously, Trump has control of the Republican Party in 2024. It doesn't matter how eloquent and what a great debater Nikki Haley was. It didn't matter. Trump has the Republican Party in his total control, and there was nothing, obviously, that she could do to change that.
Is this country, though, capable, do you think, of ever producing that again and having that, camaraderie across party lines to have broad agreement that, someone is great?
Well, my friend Ken Burns likes to quote Mark Twain, who said, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes." And so I like to think that just as throughout our history, from time to time, we have had great presidents who arose in moments of crisis, who took us out of the woods and the wilderness and took us to a higher place. I'm an optimistic person. I'm hopeful that that will happen in our future. It's certainly not going to happen in the next 4 years, but I have confidence in the future after the next 4 years when both of these current presumptive nominees will be gone from the American political scene.
Talmadge, last question for you. If we consider what was said about Dwight Eisenhower and how takes history 50 years to recognize greatness.
Truman said that.
Truman said that. Do you think history might look back more favorably on George W. Bush, on Barack Obama, on Joe Biden, Donald Trump?
I can't imagine it looking more favorably on Trump or Biden. And based on what I know about Obama and what he did, I don't have expectations that he's going to rise above his current 10th place. And as I said, I think he'll go down. George W. Bush, I think his stocks will rise. I don't think he's ever going to be a top 8 president. But what I don't think he gets enough credit for is after 9/11, he vowed this is not going to happen again, and it didn't. And so to protect the country from another terrorist attack was no small achievement. He gets a lot of flack for the Iraq War when all he did was rely on the very best intelligence that was available, which the Democrats believed, which the other Republicans believed. He believed it. It turned out to be wrong.
Okay, so, just several hours from now, this latest debate will go into the pantheon of these face-offs that have happened over the years throughout our history. So we decided that we would close, as we lead into the big debate, with some trivia and some pictures at the same time, sort of a walk through history, if you will, of all of the debates that have happened up to now. And here's kind of a brain teaser for you. Can you figure out in these pictures from the different years who was facing whom in those debates? How good is your presidential history knowledge? And I think that we have found a way to really trip you up, and it's right out of the gates, because most people think, well, 1960 was the first one between Nixon and Kennedy. Wrong. There was one in 56 as well. And big gold star goes to whoever who can guess who the people are on stage for that very first one. And that's the one that kicks off our photo montage.
participants tonight are Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization. The commission drafted tonight's format, and the rules have been agreed to by the campaigns. The 90-minute debate is divided into 6 segments, each 50 minutes long. We'll explore 3 topic areas tonight: achieving prosperity, America's direction, and securing America. At the start of each segment, I will ask the same lead-off question to both candidates, and they will each have up to 2 minutes to respond. From that point until the end of the segment, we'll have an open discussion. The questions are mine and have not been shared with the commission or the campaigns. The audience here in the room has agreed to remain silent so that we can focus on what the candidates are saying. I will invite you to applaud, however, at this moment as we welcome the candidates. Democratic nominee for President of the United States, Hillary Clinton, and Republican nominee for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Good luck to you. Mr. Trump, good luck to you. Well, I don't expect us to cover all the issues of this campaign tonight, but I remind everyone there are 2 more presidential debates scheduled. We are going to focus on many of the issues that voters tell us are most important, and we're going to press for specifics. I am honored to have this role, but this evening belongs to the candidates and just as important to the American people. Candidates, we look forward to hearing you articulate your policies and your positions, as well as your visions and your values. So, let's begin. We're calling this opening segment Achieving Prosperity, and central to that is jobs. There are 2 economic realities in America today. There's been a record 6 straight years of job growth, and new census numbers show incomes have increased at a record rate after years of stagnation. However, income inequality remains significant, and nearly half of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Beginning with you, Secretary Clinton, why are you a better choice than your opponent to create the kinds of jobs that will put more money into the pockets of American workers?
Well, thank you, Lester, and thanks to Hofstra for hosting us. The central question in this election is really what kind of country we want to be and what kind of future we'll build together. Today is my granddaughter's 2nd birthday, so I think about this a lot. First, we have to build an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. That means we need new jobs, good jobs, with rising incomes. I want us to invest in you. I want us to invest in your future. That means jobs in infrastructure, in advanced manufacturing, in innovation and technology, clean renewable energy, and small business, because most of the new jobs will come from small business. We also have to make the economy fairer. That starts with raising the national minimum wage and also guarantee, finally, equal pay for women's work. I also want to see more companies do profit sharing. If you help create the profits, you should be able to share in them, not just the executives at the top. And I want us to do more to support people who are struggling to balance family and work. I've heard from so many of you about the difficult choices you face and the stresses that you're under. So let's have paid family leave, earned sick days. Let's be sure we have affordable child care and debt-free college. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it by having the wealthy pay their fair share and close the corporate loopholes. Finally, we tonight are on the stage together, Donald Trump and I. Donald, it's good to be with you. We're going to have a debate where we are talking about the important issues facing our country. You have to judge us. Who can shoulder the immense, awesome responsibilities of the presidency? Who can put into action the plans that will make your life better? I hope that I will be able to earn your vote on November 8th.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr. Trump, the same question to you. It's about putting money, more money, into the pockets of American workers. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lester. Our jobs are fleeing the country. They're going to Mexico. They're going to many other countries. You look at what China is doing to our country in terms of making our product. They're devaluing their currency, and there's nobody in our government to fight them. And we have a very good fight, and we have a winning fight, because they're using our country as a piggy bank to rebuild China, and many other countries are doing the same thing. So we're losing our good jobs, so many of them. When you look at what's happening in Mexico, a friend of mine who builds plants said it's the 8th wonder of the world. They're building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world, some of the most sophisticated, some of the best plants. With the United States, as he said, not so much. So Ford is leaving. You see that, their small car division leaving. Thousands of jobs, leaving Michigan, leaving Ohio. They're all leaving, and we can't allow it to happen anymore. As far as child care is concerned and so many other things, I think Hillary and I agree on that. We probably disagree a little bit as to numbers and amounts and what we're going to do, but perhaps we'll be talking about that later. But we have to stop our jobs from being stolen from us. We have to stop our companies from leaving the United States, and with it, firing all of their people. All you have to do is take a look at Carrier Air Conditioning in Indianapolis. They left, fired 1,400 people. They're going to Mexico. So many, hundreds and hundreds of companies are doing this. We cannot let it happen. Under my plan, I'll be reducing taxes tremendously, from 35% to 15% for companies, small and big businesses. That's going to be a job creator like we haven't seen since Ronald Reagan. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch. Companies will come, they will build, they will expand, new companies will start, and I look very, very much forward to doing it. We have to renegotiate our trade deals, and we have to stop these countries from stealing our companies and our jobs.
Secretary Clinton, would you like to respond?
Well, I think that trade is an important issue. Of course, we are 5% of the world's population. We have to trade with the other 95%. And we need to have smart, fair trade deals. We also, though, need to have a tax system that rewards work and not just financial transactions. And the kind of plan that Donald has put forth would be trickle-down economics all over again. In fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for the top percent of the people in this country than we've ever had. I call it trumped-up trickle-down, because that's exactly what it would be. That is not how we grow the economy. We just have a different view about what's best for growing the economy, how we make investments that will actually produce jobs and rising incomes. I think we come at it from somewhat different perspectives. I understand that. You know, Donald was very fortunate in his life, and that's all to his benefit. He started his business with $14 million borrowed from his father, and he really believes that the more you help wealthy people, the better off we'll be, and that everything will work out from there. I don't buy that. I have a different experience. My father was a small businessman. He worked really hard. He printed drapery fabrics on long tables where he pulled out those fabrics and he went down with a silk screen and dumped the paint in and took the squeegee and kept going. And so what I believe is the more we can do for the middle class, the more we can invest in you, your education, your skills, your future, the better we will be off and the better we'll grow. That's the kind of economy I want us to see again.
Let me follow up with Mr. Trump if I can. You've talked about creating 25 million jobs, and you've promised to bring back millions of jobs for Americans. How are we going to bring back the industries that have left this country for cheaper labor overseas? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
Well, for one thing, and before we start on that, my father gave me a very small loan in 1975, and I built it into a company that's worth many, many billions of dollars with some of the greatest assets in the world. And I say that only because that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. Our country's in deep trouble. We don't know what we're doing when it comes to devaluations, and all of these countries all over the world, especially China, they're the best ever at it. What they're doing to us is a very, very sad thing. So we have to do that. We have to renegotiate our trade deals. And Lester, they're taking our jobs, they're giving incentives, they're doing things that, frankly, we don't do. Let me give you the example of Mexico. They have a VAT tax. We're in a different system. When we sell into Mexico, there's a tax. When they sell in automatic, 16% approximately. When they sell into us, there's no tax. It's a defective agreement. It's been defective for a long time, many years, but the politicians haven't done anything about it. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes, is that okay? Good. I want you to be very happy. It's very important to me. But in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, when she started talking about this, it was really very recently. She's been doing this for 30 years. And why hasn't she made the agreements better? The NAFTA agreement is defective just because of the tax and many other reasons, but just because of the fact.
Let me interrupt just a moment.
Secretary Clinton and others, politicians, should have been doing this for years, not right now because of the fact that we've created a movement. They should have been doing this for years. What's happened to our jobs and our country and our economy generally is, look, we owe $20 trillion. We cannot do it any longer, Lester.
Back to the question, though, how do you specifically bring back jobs? American manufacturers, how do you make them bring the jobs back?
Well, the first thing you do is don't let the jobs leave. The companies are leaving. I could name, there are thousands of them. They're leaving, and they're leaving in bigger numbers than ever. And what you do is you say, fine, you want to go to Mexico or some other country, good luck. We wish you a lot of luck. But if you think you're going to make your air conditioners or your cars or your cookies or whatever you make and bring them into our country without a tax, you're wrong. And once you say you're going to have to tax them coming in, and our politicians never do this because they have special interests, and the special interests want those companies to leave because in many cases they own the companies. So what I'm saying is we can stop them from leaving. We have to stop them from leaving, and that's a big, big factor.
Let me let Secretary Clinton get
Well, let's stop for a second and remember where we were 8 years ago. We had the worst financial crisis, the Great Recession, the worst since the 1930s. That was in large part because of tax policies that slashed taxes on the wealthy, failed to invest in the middle class, took their eyes off of Wall Street, and created a perfect storm. In fact, Donald was one of the people who rooted for the housing crisis. He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way.
9 million.
Who was a very against police judge. It was taken away from her, and our new mayor, refused to go forward with the case. They would have won an appeal. If you look at it, throughout the country, there are many places where
the argument is that it's a form of racial profiling.
No, the argument is that we have to take the guns away from these people that have them and that are bad people that shouldn't have them. These are felons. These are people that are bad people that shouldn't be. When you have 3,000 shootings in Chicago from January 1st, when you have 4,000 people killed in Chicago by guns from the beginning of the presidency of Barack Obama, his hometown, you have to have stop and frisk. You need more police. You need a better community, relation. You don't have good community relations in Chicago. It's terrible. I have property there. It's terrible what's going on in Chicago. But when you look, and Chicago's not the only. You go to Ferguson. You go to so many different places. You need better relationships. I agree with Secretary Clinton on this. You need better relationships between the communities and the police because in some cases it's not good. But you look at Dallas where the relationships were really studied. The relationships were really a beautiful thing. And then 5 police officers were killed one night very violently. So there's some bad things going on, some really bad things.
Secretary Clinton,
but we need, Lester, we need law and order. And we need law and order in the inner cities because the people that are most affected by what's happening are African American and Hispanic people. And it's very unfair to them what our politicians are allowing to happen.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I've heard Donald say this at his rallies, and it's really unfortunate that he paints such a dire, negative picture of Black communities in our country.
Oh.
You know, the vibrancy of the Black church, the Black businesses that employ so many people, the opportunities that so many families are working to provide for their kids. There's a lot that we should be proud of and we should be supporting and lifting up. But we do always have to make sure we keep people safe. There are the right ways of doing it, and then there are ways that are ineffective. stop and frisk was found to be unconstitutional, and in part because it was ineffective. It did not do what it needed to do. Now, I believe in community policing, and in fact, violent crime is 1/2 of what it was in 1991. Property crime is down 40%. We just don't want to see it creep back up. We've had 25 years of very good cooperation, but there were some problems, some unintended consequences. Too many young African American and Latino men ended up in jail for nonviolent offenses, and it's just a fact that if you're a young African American man and you do the same thing as a young white man, you are more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated. So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. We cannot just say law and order. We have to say we have to come forward with a plan that is going to divert people from the criminal justice system, deal with mandatory minimum sentences, which have put too many people away for too long for doing too little. We need to have more second chance programs. I'm glad that we're ending private prisons in the federal system. I want to see them ended in the state system. You shouldn't have a profit motivation to fill prison cells with young Americans. So there are some positive ways we can work on this. And I believe strongly that common sense gun safety measures would assist us right now. And this is something Donald has supported along with the gun lobby. Right now, we've got too many military-style weapons on the streets. In a lot of places, our police are outgunned. We need comprehensive background checks, and we need to keep guns out of the hands of those who will do harm. And we finally need to pass a prohibition on anyone who's on the terrorist watch list from being able to buy a gun in our country. If you're too dangerous to fly, you are too dangerous to buy a gun. So there are things we can do, and we ought to do it in a bipartisan way.
Secretary Clinton, last week you said we've got to do everything possible to improve policing, to go right at implicit bias. Do you believe that police are implicitly biased against black people?
Lester, I think implicit bias is a problem for everyone, not just police. I think, unfortunately, too many of us in our great country jump to conclusions about each other. And therefore, I think we need all of us to be asking hard questions about, why am I feeling this way? But when